Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Tarkov Talk podcast. This is officially episode 9. I have some fantastic guests joining me tonight. Next to me, you can see this man, the musician, the legend, Evan Lulls. Evan, tell us a little bit about something about yourself, a little bit about your Tarkov experience, a little bit about your stream.
Something about myself. I once open mouth kissed a horse once. That happened. No, I'm just kidding. For real though, a little bit about me. I've been streaming for about 4 years. I've got 2 kids, married, and been streaming Tarkov for quite a while. Probably pretty consistently for the past 2 wipes, I'd say, is when I would look back and say I really started playing the game. What were your other questions about my life?
That's good. Unless you get something
All
else
right,
to
there
add.
you go.
Is that good? I mean, did you want to
But I've
tell
been playing a
social
lot of
security
music and
number
stuff,
and
too.
credit card? No.
Yeah, so I live at 555 Don't at me, bro, street.
Okay, cool. Awesome. I know where that is. Been there before. Below me, we have the man, the myth, the bag. That's sealable. Sealable bag. How are you tonight? Welcome to the
Doing great.
podcast. Tell us a little bit about yourself, a little bit about your Tarkov experience.
My name is Silver Bag. I'm a full-time software developer, part-time Head Eyes Magnet, Mr. Armbar's biggest fan. Been streaming Tarkov for like 2 years now. Yeah, I think. And yeah, it's fun.
Awesome. Glad to have you on. And returning underneath Evan next to Sealable Bag, the man, the myth, the self-proclaimed, clearly he's a champion, Mr. Armbars. Welcome back, Mr. Armbars.
What's up? I'm Mr. Armbars, and I've never open mouth kissed a horse, but like I wish I could. You know, wonder what it's like.
Try it. Don't knock it till you've tried it.
It's probably illegal.
I make
most
TikToks
states.
and I play Tarkov.
Awesome.
That's it.
Awesome. Welcome back. Glad to have you back.
Thank you.
All right. So tonight it's we're right at mid wipe, right? Pretty much actually
Like
on the dot.
3 months
almost.
in? 4 months
Yeah.
in?
We're within days. I think when was wipe? July 29th, I think. 26th? Something like that.
Something like that.
Probably, yeah.
Or
Sounds about
September
right.
24th. We're close enough. We'll call it 3 months. We'll call it the midpoint of the wipe, and here we are. We're going to talk about it tonight. That being said, first up and foremost, what's your progression this wipe, Ben? How far along are you guys in the wipe as far as levels or own personal accomplishments? Who wants to go first?
I'll go
first. Okay, if that's fine. No, that's no big deal. Just go
I'll
ahead.
go last.
I'll just see myself
I'll
out.
go last.
How far along am I? Well, I'm showing. Just thought maybe I should-
Nice.
I thought it too. Yeah.
You did ya? Great
I
minds
could
think alike.
tell, actually. I could tell. I didn't want to say anything to be rude, so.
We both thought of the joke, and we were like, we were going to jump to it. Is the other guy going to do it?
Do I want to be the support role in this joke, or do I want to be the lead? I'll play support this one.
Oh yeah, it's going good. This is my 4th wipe, and you know, it gets easier and easier every wipe. I think you know, your knowledge levels increase. I'm having a good time. Didn't run into anything sussy until like 2 weeks ago, and then it's been sussy stuff every night, pretty much. So that's when I'm like, oh, okay, we're in mid wipe. Otherwise,
It's really interesting to hear that from you, though, because you mostly stream in the evening, don't you?
Yeah.
And I would say, so I'm 47 in Tarkov, just to clarify. And I've kind of I take my time, right? Like I have a family. I play 6 hours a day, 5 days a week. That's basically what my rhythm was. But I'm always in the morning, so it's like 9 a.m. Eastern to 3 or 5, like somewhere around there. And I see people tweeting about cheaters and hacking and stuff like that, like daily. And it's either people who stream and play the game way more than I ever could, which is great, right? Or it's people who are often streaming in the evening. So you definitely know that the problem's worse when people are out of work. There's more population on, at night. But I haven't had the same experience with like cheating. Like it happens maybe once. I feel like sussy about it. It was hard early in the wipe because I don't know if they've corrected it or not. I still feel like desync's an issue because there's desync happening alongside of cheating. And so like identifying which one is happening there is always difficult, right? So but yeah, that's where I'm at as far as progression wise. Is 47, couple quests away from Kappa. Haven't played in a week.
You feel like you're making better progress this wipe than last wipe?
I would say that's the same for like with arm bars. Like there are days when I was playing where I'm like, I feel like I'm behind because I see other people around me, like and how they're progressing. Some people are on like second Kappa and stuff like that. And then I look at my own personal schedule and how much I play now compared to last wipe. I would definitely say I'm, further along than I realize, if that makes sense. Like it feels like I'm really far away from like hitting Kappa, but I'm actually a lot further along, I think, in perspective to like last wipe. So
okay. I guess I'll go because Sealable wants to go last. So far I'm 53. I'm 6 tasks away from Kappa. I've probably progressed this wipe faster than any other, which is surprising to me because I really wasn't trying. When wipe happened, I wasn't even planning on getting Kappa. Then when they lower the requirements, I'm like, maybe I'll try a little bit. But I also wasn't like going crazy for it. I wasn't like stacking every task and pulling out my calculator and my spreadsheet and been like, this is all the ones on this task. If I line these all up, I can do 5 at once. I did. The first time I got Kappa, I did do that. But I did not do that this way. I was like, oh, I have to go back there. I could have got all this stuff done at the same time. I'm an idiot. Yeah, this is my 5th wipe. For those of you who didn't know, I have about 4,000-ish hours in the game. So,
lifer.
We're vibing. Yeah. Well, a lot of it's, the amount of AFK hours that I have is probably huge. I don't know if anybody remembers this, but a couple wipes ago, you could just leave the game on and it would stay on forever. It would never time out. So, like, I would forget to for a while, I was terrible. I never shut my PC off, and I never shut Tarkov off. So there is plenty of sleep hours on Tarkov. I've now since changed my ways, called being a dad and saving on electricity. Turn off lights, turn off the computer at night, and turn off Tarkov. But Tarkov would turn off by itself. But, so yeah, I mean, I think I want to be further. I'm the same boat as Evan. I'm like, oh man, I feel like I could have Kappa right now. But at the same time, I'm also like, man, I'm way ahead of the highest level I've ever been is 58 at the end of a wipe, and I'm already almost 54 in the middle.
Yeah,
so,
I feel like you've been blasting through this wipe, dude.
I don't know how. I'm not even trying.
Freaking Tarkov Wheaties over here, my guy.
I don't know. Unsponsored energy drink powder mix. That's probably what it is. How about you, Sealable?
For me, I've been just vibing. I don't know, just taking it slow. 2 wipes ago, or maybe it was the last wipe when they changed the Kappa level to 72 initially, and then they dropped it. Starting from that wipe, I stopped kind of like you said, like calculating, like, okay, I got to do this task, this task, this task, this task. I just kind of like to take it slow. I do some tasks to like give me purpose in my raids, but I don't really just grind all my tasks. I pretty much just like go through whoever I'm playing with. I just like help them with their tasks, and then if I can double up with my dailies or whatever, I'll do it. But yeah. But I am further along this wipe. I think I've taken it a little bit more seriously because I know that it's more attainable when it's like level 55. But I'm similar to Evan, like I feel like I just don't put in the hours to like be able to be a higher level because I only play like 4 hours a day, 4 days a week or whatever. So it's just a matter of time. Like the people I play with that are like Kappa gamers, they literally have like double the raids that I have played. It's just a matter of time once I get high enough level. But
Yeah.
yeah, I'm just chilling, trying to have fun when I play.
Oh, what's that word? Fun.
Fun. This is
Gaming
pain.
and fun. Oh my god!
It's
Some
alright, I
people
play
are
the
Don't
gonna
game
get
say that too
upset.
loud because Nikita's gonna make your next week hell in Tarkov.
Yeah.
True.
So
True.
That should be everybody's
Um,
outlook, though, as
Find
to
a
how they play,
GPU,
don't you
dead,
think?
not found in raid. LEDX, dead, not found in raid anymore.
hey,
Suck it,
that
nerd.
was my day last night. Okay, can we not bring that up again?
Wait, y'all are finding GPUs and LEDXs?
Yeah,
I
where
found
the
it
heck
was the
have you
first
been
one I had
going?
found in like 2 weeks. Okay, first GPU I'd found in like 2 weeks. All right. So everybody's kind of grinding along, having a pretty good time. First thing I'd like to talk about is game performance. How are you feeling about the performance of the game right now compared to previous performance? Good, bad, some good, some bad. What do you guys think? I'm gonna call Unseeable first because he went last time.
I don't know. It's kind of hard. I feel like I have OP gear for Tarkov, like from actual game performance. Like I got a 3090, but before, like, I don't know, man. I would just stay away from like Lighthouse and shit because Lighthouse always ran awfully. But I do feel like there was some optimizations because after it wiped, I was able to go to Lighthouse, and it was a little bit better. But yeah.
Okay.
And now we're chilling.
Now we're chilling.
You just got to spend like $1,500 and you're fine.
Yeah, no big deal. No big deal. Just
And then you
upgrade
can
your
actually play Tarkov.
yeah. Get a supercomputer to get mediocre game performance. Yes, awesome.
And an
Yes,
unfinished game.
and another computer so that you can stream it because
Yeah.
you can't do it on the same PC. Otherwise, trash. So
Yeah.
I
But-
found a way. I solo stream
Really?
and play Tarkov. I do 1080 though, so I'm not doing like DLSS and a lot of these other things. I've definitely had to work my settings to get the game to run better. Like I don't know what it was. It just felt like, you guys know, like when people on the internet talk about something, I don't know if it's the placebo effect or what it's called, but like we start amplifying something more than what's true for what you're talking about, right? Because everybody's talking about it, so you all of a sudden start to feel like it's worse, and even though it might not truthfully be worse, But at the beginning of the wipe, I want to say I genuinely feel like performance was worse than at the end of last wipe. Like it felt like performance went down and desync was happening like exponentially more. I don't know if that's true for you guys. It's just how my engagements felt. I also am terrible at the game, so when I die, I like to blame other people and other things except for myself. So
Okay.
that was a joke, by the way, but I also do that
Yeah.
sometimes.
I don't know. I've seen it happen, so I thought you're being serious. Wait, what?
Yeah, I know. I've seen it happen where you're bad at the game because we've died a lot together.
Yeah. Hey, we've lived sometimes too. Okay?
We've died and risen to the top together.
That's true. That's true. We did have 1 week where you're like, we die all the time, and then we made like 5 million the next week. It's great.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
It's true. How about you, Mr. Umbars? How do you feel? I know you and I have talked a lot about game performance and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I think what Evan was saying there about people maybe amplifying a certain thought about it. And everybody was talking about desync at the start of wipe, but it was not good. You know what I mean? It's like I think there was some truth to it. Like if you see some people saying like, "Oh, there's cheaters everywhere," and then another person's experience is not the same. I don't think I had it as bad as others did. I didn't notice the desync as much. I was living a lot actually early this wipe, but I wasn't dying to stuff due to the performance of the game. But also I put in some money and then upgraded my like motherboard, CPU, and GPU.
Cheers to that.
Closer to the end of last wipe, so it's tough. I know some people out there are, they're playing Woods at 40 frames, and that's what I was getting when I was streaming it like my first 3 wipes. So I'm like, how did I do that? I have no idea how I landed any shots on that because it's so much better now. But overall, I think it's running fine. I don't think there's anything that when you bring that up pops up in my mind like this is a huge issue. They need to fix it. I mean, obviously we got lighting and sound, and they're going to be working on stuff, and we'll see what happens with that. So, but otherwise, seems okay. It's normal Tarkov.
I feel like looking at this. So I said this early on, but I haven't played Tarkov in a week, and what has happened. That's just because I've been doing some music stuff, but I've also been playing like other games. So I try to look at things in perspective to like other games that I'm currently playing. Like, how does this run compared to like other stuff that's out there right now? Tarkov's beta still. I mean, it has been forever, and who knows if it'll ever not be beta. But like other games where there's like we talk about Woods, which is a really resource intensive map similar to Lighthouse. You've got a lot of textures and things happening there versus an indoor map like Labs, which if you just want the best experience, go to Labs, even though it's Labs, right?
Or
Anyway,
Factory.
or Factory, right? Because it's a small map, you're not pulling as much. But played a game recently called Icarus, which is it's a exploration survival game. A lot of wood textures, a lot of outdoors, and the game, honestly, it runs like dog crap. It's awful. So unless you really dial in the settings, like it takes forever to get it to make sense for your computer, right? Your PC. So when I put it in context to a game like that, I think Tarkov it's fine. I wouldn't say it's like, oh, this is incredible. It's doing so well. But I'm also like it's not a noticeable thing. Like whenever I've been streaming and playing it's not distracting me, right? There's definitely times where there's like maybe a hiccup or something, or like a stutter, if you will. But that feels like it's a lot less than it's ever been. So that's a good thing for me, in my opinion.
I feel like piggybacking off what you said. I think people have been maybe a little bit spoiled by some of the AAA dev teams because those games come out so polished, and I mean, and people complain about those. I'm not making 144 frames pegged on Apex or Warzone or whatever it is. Like some of those games for the PC people that they're like, I need 140. I mean, people are pushing some of those games way above 200 frames, 220, 240 frames on those games. And like, you look at COD or you look at Apex, there is a lot of things going on in those games. There is a lot to code and to get good frames. They have to have it nailed down and somewhere in their coding and programming to the point where it works really well. So yeah, I would say to have Tarkov run decent and complain about it is tough. But on the flip side, again, talking about, some people have a top of the line computer and they're still like, when you go from a mid-grade gaming PC to a top of the line, you're not moving the peg that much closer in terms of I improved my performance. I doubled the amount of money I spent on my PC to get 15% more performance in a game that I enjoy playing. That's a little kind of a slap in the face. I would say performance of the game, I didn't have as big of a dip at the beginning of Wipe as some people did, and maybe that's because I have no idea why. My computer is not fantastic. It's not new. It's older. My video card is much older. Just happened to get lucky with some obscure settings, and that's what I found with everybody's PC. And that's the crazy thing is one optimization. What works for you might not work for my computer, and we could have almost an identical computer, or they could be on paper as powerful as one another, but you have an Intel and I have an AMD, so I don't get nearly as much performance, or I have a 2070 and you've got an AMD card, or whatever it is. And it might even be something like I have a 2080 and you have a 2070, and on paper those cards aren't that much different, but for some reason their performance is a lot different. An example of this is I know people that have the 1660 cards. For some reason, those cards are absolute demons while running Tarkov. Most people that have that card seem to have more frames than I do on my 2070. And it's just weird. It's like, why? What is about it?
Yeah, crazy.
Those cards that are so crazy.
Well, I wonder how much optimization with what you just said, not to interrupt, sorry about that, but like the the game is built and progresses right from the developers, and they're building these things for the probably current and maybe next gen. But right, like if you think about graphics cards, that is right, and components and whatever. I'm not super knowledgeable about this stuff, but this is how I have to imagine this, right? If you're a developer who's developing a game for as long as Tarkov has, you have all of these progressions of technology happening while you're developing the game. So, to your point about you said the 1660 or whatever, it's like this game was starting and being built, 5 years ago? How long has it been? 5-6 years?
2017,
17?
4 or 5 years ago.
4 or 5 years, right? So I am curious. I don't know enough about this stuff. Like, how are developers progressing the game's optimization as technology is progressing, right? So maybe you guys know more about that stuff than I do. But I imagine if it was made and started, the base of it, the foundation is built around, your 1000, 2000 series graphics cards and what people are mostly using. What's happening now for the game's optimization for people who are running the 3070s, 80s, and 90s and whatnot.
Right. I mean,
I don't know.
When it comes down to a lot of things, computation power is computation power.
Right.
When it comes down to running code, or when you get down to like running on a hard drive, binary, how fast can you go through that?
Right.
The thing is when you code, how efficient is your code? So if you don't have, and there's different things for that. Like there's engines that run different games. There's different engines. Okay. There's, Unity, Unreal, another one I'm thinking of that's a major one. So each of those engines operates a little bit differently, and those engines are tools, just like people when they're developing websites, website languages we've heard of over the years, HTML, Java, all of that stuff, which some people used to, if you were in the MySpace ages, you used to be able to insert like HTML codes to put cool things on your MySpace page, right? So think of these engines as a means for you to build a game. Somebody's giving you a tool that you can use to build a game. Now, how you use that tool, and if you use that tool efficiently, is how it remains to be seen. And just like, if you can imagine, like if you're writing a paper, okay, and this is probably frustration for some people in high school. If you're writing a paper and it comes to like 10 pages long, but it had to be, sometimes you'd have a paper and you'd overwrite it. Probably not many of us, but some of us would get the point across, but it would take 10 pages, and they were like, we want 5 pages. Because the teacher didn't want to read through 10 pages, they wanted to read through 5. And if you couldn't get your point across in 5 pages, then you had a problem. It's the same thing when you go into creating a game or creating a program. If you do it in 10 pages, but it really should be done in 5, it takes that much longer to get through all the information to get the final product. That, I feel like, is probably a problem with Tarkov, especially because they're updating a lot of things without fixing other things, and they've updated the engine. The engine that they use has been updated. They're going on, the 3rd iteration? I think they're going to update it again for Streets, possibly. So every single time there's new functions, and some of those functions may work a little bit differently, a little less efficiently on the new engine, or better on the new engine. And they have to pair that with technology, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, it's a big complex problem, but I think it goes down to the base of the game. A lot of the Unity games that you see out there are more, they look a lot more like Fortnite. Not like an intensive, super graphically intensive game. They're, the color palettes are a lot simpler. The textures are a lot simpler. So the performance is there. It works great for that stuff. If you go through and you look at the games listed under some of these engines, is where when you see, everybody's probably seen stuff when they announce Unreal and they'll talk about like the greatest new game, and you're like, oh my, Unreal 5, they just came out with a snippet of that. Unreal 5, they're like, this is a subway picture. this is a subway picture too. And you're like,
Mhm.
whoa, okay, what's the difference? They're like, the second one's in the game. And you're like, because they look the same, you know?
Mhm.
So, and of course, you know, that's a big micro thing. Like, how big is the file that they did to make one subway car or whatever like that? Huge. Can people's PCs handle that, et cetera, et cetera? But you have to have a good base. And if you don't have a good base, when everything upgrades, it's hard to go back and fix that and make those changes. And I have a feeling that's what the problem is. That's why we have a lot more desync. That's why we had all those back-end errors at the beginning of wipe, because they're upgrading things, or trying to integrate things, and the base that they're having issues with. It was like 2 wipes ago, right? 2 wipes ago, we had all the queues, we had all the issues. Desync was terrible at the beginning of the wipe. That's when they added the queue system. There have been 1,700 back-end errors because when they switched over to the new Unity engine, it broke a ton of stuff, right? So that stuff's going to continue happening, but when they fixed all that stuff, did they actually fix it, or did they put a Band-Aid on it so it would work and it would give you a workable game? And if they put a Band-Aid on it, which we're never going to know, this is hypothetical. If you keep putting a Band-Aid on it and making it work instead of coding it efficiently so it works the proper way, then it's just going to continue to roll downhill and snowball, and you're going to still having problems, and you're going to be like, well, how do we fix this problem? Well, we really fix this problem by tearing it all apart. Do we want to tear it all apart? I don't know if they necessarily want to. I think that at a certain point, you listen to some of their podcasts and they want to be done. They want to finish the game.
Yeah. That's a problem with software, though, is like you use all these like libraries and stuff. Like, so for them in game development, they're using the engine for like all their utilities come from the engine, right? But the problem with software is when packages and stuff get all updated with all these new features and stuff, the longer you wait to upgrade all your packages and stuff, it's so much harder to make the upgrade. So like right now, Unity's obviously past. Right now we're on 2019 for Tarkov.
Right.
Unity's past 2021 now, but they have to go they have to iterate through each one, and each time you want to iterate the engine, like they have to do so much work just to make it work the same way, because Unity is going to do all these optimizations to their code to make the engine better. But if BSG doesn't properly port it over, like they just put band-aids, like I've done this where we've upgraded a bunch of packages. We're like, okay, this is failing. I'm going to quickly write something to fix it, but it's now not optimal, but it's working in quotations.
Right.
So the more this happens, it could potentially get worse and worse.
Right.
As long as development's going.
Mm-hmm.
But,
right. Yeah, it's almost like one of those things. It's like, I would love, from outside looking in, you know, everyone wants new content, but I'd almost be like, yo, like, I don't care. At this point, it's the middle of the wipe. A lot less people are playing. Just start rolling out Unity updates once every 6 weeks. Break everything, fix it the right way, roll out the next one till you're caught up. And just spend like 6 months of doing major patches every 4 to 6 weeks, or however long it's to take you to roll out the next engine, then fix the issues properly, and then move on to the next one, or prep the next one, and then roll out the update, and then just keep going so you can just get caught up. Because there are a lot of things, unlike Unity 2021, that I've read through with like optimizations with CPU hyperthreading and stuff like that, that we know that that's not being taken advantage of in Tarkov. Anybody that has any programming experience can go through Unity and be like, there's no way they're using these great tools or great packages that exist in this game. So, I was a little bit off topic. We went a little deep dive into that, but I think it's
Can I
fine.
just disagree with you real quick, Dad? I think that they should be spending more time getting the Lighthouse in-game trader in-game, and that's really what they should be focused on.
Tell us how you really feel, man.
I actually do want to bring up one thing that's an example of like bringing in something new, but not like rewriting the code. They're just making it work. Steam Audio is the biggest thing there. I don't know if you guys saw like Veritas go into detail on it, and he made his own Unity project to like showcase it. And that was like, okay, Unity has this new, or we can bring in this feature into Unity and it's really powerful. But since they just kind of like layered it on top of their existing code, it didn't work properly because like the way Tarkov's like collision and everything is set up, like the audio doesn't occlude properly and it doesn't travel properly because they didn't rewrite Steam Audio, or didn't rewrite their stuff so Steam Audio actually worked. It's just like they layered it so that, oh, it works now, and then now look what's happening to audio.
Yeah.
I don't
They're
care
going with a
what
different path.
happens to audio. I just want to be able to hear somebody on first floor in the resort when I'm on the second floor. That's it. On the stairwell, that's all I care about. I'll take whatever audio we can get. I just want vertical audio to be a little bit better. That's it.
Actually, I have a counter to that. I feel like I'm okay with not hearing the person on first floor when I'm on second, but I don't want them to hear me.
That's
As
fair.
long
Yeah.
as we
That
both
is
can't
fair.
hear each other, I'm okay with that.
Right.
At
But-
least balance it for each
These
person.
one-way floors.
Right. Yeah.
No,
but
no.
but when I'm on this, when they get on the stairs, let me hear them when they're on the stairs.
For the
Yeah.
love of God, I can't tell you how many times. It feels like it just happened in the past like 2 weeks specifically. I mean, it was because I was going to Shoreline more, and you know, I'm going to maps that I wouldn't normally go to as much, like last swipe resort. I just didn't go there much last swipe. I don't know why. And it just felt like there's a large sample size of that happening where I'm like, I'm on second floor. And I'm looking down because that's where it sounds like. I heard something. I'm looking down. I get shot from above. All right, this guy was actually above me. Right.
Yeah.
So there's, and I'm a huge proponent of saying, like, when you think about audio, again, something that I'm not as knowledgeable about on the development side, but I have to imagine at least, right? I don't think people consider this a lot when it comes to audio and vertical audio. That is, where when you get a headset, you have a left and a right. And then they can space things out as far as volume wise based on the distance that something is from you, sideways, right? How do you do surround sound vertically, right? Like in like real full audio vertically, like you have to imagine how much more difficult that is to put that in your ear properly, right? And code that. I don't even know if I'm using the proper terminology when describing this, but
no, I mean,
does
I
that
get
make
what
sense
you're
what I'm saying?
Yeah. Right.
Like, people give developers a lot of shit for vertical audio and stuff like that in Tarkov, and I complain about it almost as a joke because I do realize, like, these are really complicated things, right, to make work when you're dealing with a first, a second, a third floor and distances vertically to be able to hear things like that, and not hear them as if they're to your sides, right, just your sides, but also higher, higher, lower than where you are.
Yeah. I think that's an audio library thing. If
Do
you
you
get into
use
it.
Yeah.
Steam Audio, Evan?
What's that?
Do you use Steam Audio? Do you have
Sure.
it enabled or no? Or do you not?
Let me check. I'll tell you right now. I'm pretty sure I do. I'm pretty sure I have the game up actually right now. While we're talking.
I
about it.
found that Steam Audio for me was more. They both have they're both very broken. The in-game audio is terrible. I can hear people from further away, but I have no idea how far away they are. Like, I'll hear them from 7 miles away.
I use Patrick Audio.
Oh, right.
Patrick is the
Yeah.
audio that. No, I'm just
Okay.
joking.
Yeah,
Is
there.
Steam
SpongeBob.
Audio considered binaural then?
Yeah, that's binaural,
binaural
yeah.
audio.
Okay,
Mhm.
I do not. I want to tell you why. By the way, okay, I don't know what it was. So for the end of last wipe and the beginning of this wipe, I had binaural on, right? I was hearing a ridiculous quantity of pops and gun drops that sounded like they were right next to me. And it was almost as if, like, you have to imagine lots of things are happening around the map, right? While you're on the other side of the map, right? If you spawn at Road to Customs and somebody else spawns near Tunnel or Svetli and Shoreline, let's say, it was as if maybe somebody got in a gunfight over there and died, and the gun drop audio got sent to me on the other side of the map. That's what it sounds like when I have binaural on. All these weird things. So I turned it off. I stopped using it.
That is actually a Steam Audio bug. The being able to hear stuff that's like not even around you from somewhere else. That's
Is
a
that
bug.
the same as like the marked key room, like the marked rooms opening? Wait, is that?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that was
Door
a global bug
unlocks.
or just
I
And then
never,
there
I
was
never
the
experienced that. Like
Footsteps.
hearing somebody unlocking the door.
flash grenade thing.
Yeah.
That was it too. Like the flash grenade and like gun drop sounds. I'm not saying that's what it was, but that's what it sounded like. You know.
because I feel like I could tell when Steam Audio was off, because you know when they like said Steam Adios and they just like got rid of it for a few months,
Mhm.
like we could tell. Like Jesse and I were like losing our minds because I could not tell when someone was behind me or in front of me, and when as soon as they brought it back, that was back, and I could hear it,
Mhm.
like forward, back, up, and down is way better with binaural on. So
I-
that's the only reason why I asked is because you were like, I can't tell the up and down. And I was like, I actually noticed the difference when I have binaural turned on
Yeah.
or
Well,
off.
Mhm.
And that's
Same.
a sample size difference. I did turn it on. I think I'd gone back and forth a bunch. That's why when you asked me, I was like deer in headlights because I'm like I actually don't know what I have it on anymore.
Yeah.
But I had I think I had noticed a little bit of an increase in some of those things that we're talking about now, like vertical audio and hearing things in the right place, right? But those other sounds were just so distracting where I was like, I just couldn't even focus on what was happening. It was I couldn't believe how often it was happening each raid. It was like
Yeah.
every minute, every 60
Yeah,
seconds.
I feel
something.
I feel like I don't experience that, but
It's so weird,
but
yeah.
yeah.
And that might be different for each person, you know,
And it
when you have
definitely-
binaural on.
It's
Yeah.
the audio experience is different for every
Why
single person.
me?
No, the audio experience in this game is different for every single person. We talked about it on previous podcasts. Everybody has a different setup. Audio, IEMs, over-ear headphones, different quality over-ear headphones, different sound cards, different audio interfaces, different amounts of compression on their own. That's why different people prefer different headsets. Some people prefer Sordens. Some people prefer one thing or the other because the headsets are based off of what they're compressing. They're basically the headsets in this game are amplifiers and EQs. That's all they are in the game. So they heighten different sounds. Like you put on the Sordens or the Comtac 4s, they drown out a lot of the rain sound because they get rid of a lot of those really pitchy highs. And then the Comtac 4s have the most compression. They're crushing everything the most. So
I
but
have a
depending
question.
on, go ahead.
When you were done, it's okay.
Okay. So depending on what your headset frequencies are, all that good stuff, it's going to change what you think sounds good in game, and other people are going to hear things differently. There's times where I hear footsteps and other people don't. They hear footsteps that I don't, which is crazy because of audio equipment and because there's two different audio engines in the game, period. But like, I have a clip, and I actually tagged Veritas in this. I don't know if he ended up using it in his thing, but I had Steam Audio off, and I was sitting in admin, and somebody was running across Skybridge and Resort on Shoreline, and I was in first floor. I thought somebody was running above me because the sound was so terrible. And then once they ran across and got into the building, I could tell, there's somebody in East Wing. Because some of the sound cues with Steam Audio off were so bad. I heard the guy coming from like a freight train from 10 miles away, but I knew there were steps. I knew there was somebody coming, but I had no idea where he was. And where I thought he wasn't there. I thought he was running straight at me. And that's the advantage that I've noticed with Steam Audio is I can get a general idea of where I think somebody is, but sometimes I hear them too late, especially if they have high covert movement now that they buffed this crap out of that and then nerf perception. Or sometimes it's just wrong. But that's a generalization. The up and down thing, the vertical audio, I think is bad on both of them. Sometimes it's better in certain spots, but like Resort is notorious for it.
The biggest thing for me was like forward and back. Like with Steam Audio off, I feel like it's completely ambiguous. Like you can't tell if it's in front of you or behind you unless you do like the old like check.
It's so
agree.
weird because I feel like when I turned it off, I was able to hear way better. I don't know. Maybe I just had stupid ears.
No.
Stupid
the biggest
things.
like I don't want it to be a placebo, right? Like I don't want to just like rant and rave about it if I can't confirm. But like when they turned it off, like I said, like we didn't know that it was turned off because you were still allowed to check it, but we were like, audio's been so messed up the last 2 days. Like I can't tell forward and back. And then they
Right.
announced it. They were like,
Yep.
oh, we turned off Steam. I was just
Oh,
like,
by the way,
there you go. It
Yeah.
makes sense. But,
Yeah. Yeah, no, that same thing as I would have people running like a little bit behind me on the right side and then move to the left. They'd be like, are you on my left? Somebody's coming on my left. They're like, no, I ran to your left. I'm like, but wait, when did that happen? I heard you over here.
Okay. Was it last wipe where it was like so bad? It was so bad. Like I could see you running in front of me on my right side, 45-degree angle, northeast.
And it would sound like
and
back
it
left.
sounded like you were it's just like the opposite.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Yeah, that was
so
my
bad.
experience with Steam Audio off. When I turn it on, my biggest complaint is sometimes I get double echoed footsteps or my own echoed movement. Like when you're ADSing, I'll ADS and then I almost hear like I hear another ADS, but it's just my echoed Steam Audio.
Makes you paranoid.
Is that Steam Audio? Because I do that too. I'm like, am I freaking out over my own?
Yeah.
You are
footsteps or my
freaking out,
own
man.
ADS?
Man,
You just stop running and you
I'm like,
turn around and you're looking around like, where did that come from? Oh wait, maybe that was me.
Everybody's like, arm bars. Did you take the schnozberries, bro?
Yeah. So I think that's an interesting thing. Yeah. Freaking out on your own footsteps. You're like, there's somebody here, somebody here,
You're
somebody
freaking
here.
out, man.
Right. You're like, there's
You are
somebody
freaking
with
out,
us
man.
because you hear a third or fourth set of footsteps. You're like, there's a 2-man coming. You're like, no, it's just us. We're elephants.
I still
and our
do
shadow
it, and I don't
also
know if I'm
makes
just being
noise.
paranoid or it's actually an audio thing going on, or dude, I swear I heard somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Nikita's goal to make us all paranoid humans.
Oh,
but
yeah.
it is wild how crazily inconsistent it is. So here's the thing. How come when somebody VoIPs, I know exactly where they are? You can like basically like a bat echolocate somebody with VoIP. When somebody's in a room, I would say I can tell when somebody VoIPs to me where they are, unless they're like way far away. But if I'm like right next to somebody and I hear them moving, I'll be like, they're somewhere here. And they're like, yo, bud, what's up? And they'll reply and I'll be like, oh, 2 rooms down. How come that location in VoIP is so good and the audio for everything else is so bad? Can we talk about that?
Okay, I want to piggyback on that with an example to talk about that, because dorms. Let's talk about dorms for a second. If you're in 2-story and you know there's somebody in 3-story, you might not know that, but you literally hear wood and footsteps as if they are in 2-story with you, and they're so loud in that setting where it's maybe IRL 50 to 100 feet away from you, inside another building, but their VoIPing feels very much more accurate to where they are actually at, where it's a lot quieter. You're like, are there people VoIPing over there? But then all of a sudden you hear them running around in 3-story, right? So I would say yes, the VoIP seems more almost accurate as far as locating something or somebody or whatever compared to the other audio,
Yeah, it's like ridiculously accurate. I think I was at where his channel was, maybe Reefy or somebody. And the other day, and he's like, you know how many people I've VoIPed when they're standing behind this wall that you can shoot through, and then they answer, I know exactly where they are and I shoot them. But if they don't answer, I just shoot at the wall blindly. But if they answer, I know exactly where they are. So that's crazy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, so why is that so good, but everything else is so bad? That's like the biggest conundrum for me, is how that can be so much more accurate than the majority of the rest of the sounds in game, where as your PMC or PMCs navigate the game.
I have to imagine, like, this is me just speculating with that, is like people who are more knowledgeable about this stuff will probably be able to flesh out what I'm even thinking, is like the game is processing all these different sounds. Like if you're walking on metal, you have like a footstep, you have metal, like you have these sounds, the sounds that your PMC is making, like the rustling of your arm, your gear, whatever, the ADS, those things happening individually. With VoIP, it's literally one file, right? It's the person's, so they're like, what it takes to manage the VoIP audio is maybe less complicated. I'm just spitballing here, right?
I can see what you're saying.
I don't know if that could be why. Like,
C-Level's gonna be like, yeah, I don't think that's how it works.
Trying to be
I honestly,
diplomatic
that's why I'm
here.
saying,
No,
I
just
humbly,
don't-
I
think
don't have enough
that's the
knowledge about
problem,
this
but
stuff. You know,
I also don't have the answer for you. So that's
I'm
why
trying to
I'm
speculate
resistant.
to give like Tarkov the benefit of the doubt, right? Like,
Yeah.
why is VoIP better than this, right? And it's got to be like there's maybe more going on here with the other audio.
Yeah, it could be like it's different on how they play how they broadcast the sounds. It could be like some weird thing where like PMC sounds come from like low beneath the character, and like the collision for audio on Tarkov. I don't know if you've like seen videos on this and stuff, but like if you're in dorms and you like jump up on the couch, like you can hear someone above you super clearly, but if you drop down off the couch, you can't hear them. So like it could be some weird ass stuff that's
You've
going on
crossed
with
the
like
couch
there's
threshold,
this, like,
and now
where the source audio comes from your PMC is like out of the zone or something. But that's just me completely just making up
That's
random
a
stuff.
whole new there's a whole new meaning to the
But-
casting couch.
But yeah, I don't know like why it would be any different, like how they play the audio.
Yeah.
But I do feel that it's easier to like distinguish where they're coming from. But
Yeah. It's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
and it feels like they have like the occlusion properly like set. Like when someone's around the corner, it's like a little bit quieter, like it's like coming around the wall, you know what I mean? It's not like just like a point source, it's like directly beside you. So it's interesting.
I had a question I was going to ask a while back. It relates to audio
Mhm.
for everybody.
Yep.
Tarkov thrives on having thousands of things to loot and to use and
Mhm.
utilize. One of these things is headsets, right? We have we have a variety of headsets, and we're talking about audio.
Right.
How much does the variety of something like headsets, for example, add value to your experience in the game?
Oh,
Like, do you like that there's all these options of headsets, or would you like it better if it was like you can buy a headset to go out into raid with, or not have one?
well, seeing as how so many different people have different preferences of headsets, I think it's fine then, right?
Yeah.
Sure. But assuming that they didn't exist like that in the first place, what would you typically do if you wanted to hear things more? You would change and adjust sound elsewhere within the game, right? The game settings or something on your.
Would you?
I don't know. Maybe I'm just
I feel
asking
like
the question.
I feel like I wouldn't do that on another game, right? Like if you're playing like COD or something, would you change the
No,
audio
I've done it.
profile to hear things?
I've done it.
Okay,
I'm-
I'm not
yeah,
saying
so-
you wouldn't either.
so,
just to be
right,
clear.
so-
I'm just saying, is that something people do?
Yeah. So yeah,
Okay.
it is something people do. There's two things that people have done in those kind of games. One is compress audio, so the highs and lows are a little bit closer. It's made hearing a little bit better. The other is running certain EQs. I used to run a certain EQ when I played PUBG, where you boosted the highs and it helped you hear footsteps.
Yeah.
So
Is the average person doing that? Maybe not. I don't know. I know in COD, I was with you though, Dad. Like I was changing the audio. I was trying all the different audio settings in the game. You know, I'm just asking the question is all.
yeah,
Of,
because
like,
because some of those
I
games
like the variety.
have
Right?
that.
Like I have my
COD has
favorite
that
headsets. I
option
love the
now,
Contact Wars.
Yeah,
Right.
you know?
yeah. No, I like having the option to like choose the one that I personally like. Like armbar stars, like everyone has their preference. So like, I think it's good that they have it. But
Tac sports, more like dad sports.
Leave my text
it's just
on.
hard to like. It's hard to know what Tarkov without that option, though. You know,
Right.
So
Right.
that's the only reason why I asked. Like, is that something people do? Because I can't imagine a game that, like, I don't know any game that you have the option to put on a headset in game that changes. the
Yeah,
audio,
there's
so
and even then, there's
it's
very
just-
few games other than COD that I can think of where you can actually adjust, like the way you hear sounds. But it's like the same thing with COD. It's just a preset EQ. that they give
Right.
you, and you find out which one works best for you. In Tarkov, we have it as headsets. Which headset do you think works best for you? Then that's your preference.
Mhm.
You know, it just stinks that some of them are super expensive that seem to work better for everybody else. So you end up wearing one that doesn't work good for you at all. Like you run the geishas because you're like, well, this one's cheap and it works better than all the mid-range ones because I can't get Contact Force because they're too expensive.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing to gatekeep how the game sounds to you in a big picture of a player experience. That takes away from the realism of the game, but the player experience is very different based off those headsets.
So the question, right, about like, the real question was, does this add value to your experience, right? Having all the options. And the reason why I even asked that is thinking about the broad scope of Tarkov, which has literally hundreds of attachments and all these things that you can get and gather, is thinking about how much time is put into that stuff in the game, like all of those different things, when we're waiting for this game to get fully released, right? We get new guns, we get all this new stuff, these new toys, these new trinkets. How much value is that adding to your experience as a Tarkov player, right?
That scope creep, baby.
Mhm.
Like
Imagine
the
if they came out and
ever-expanding-
they're like, we're gonna wipe the game, and we have fixed all of this stuff. So the thought that like putting in new guns and new maps and stuff is like gonna bring people back to the game. Imagine if they just said we fixed all this crap. Do you think a lot of people that were like, I'm done with that game. It's pissed me off to no end. And then they hear that, they're like, okay, I'll come back and they might not come back for a G36 or whatever, but they might come back if they fix the audio and
Yeah.
desync and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And that kind of comes to like so many times where people are like, why are you adding this to the game? And Nikita's like, because I think it's very cool gun, and like I don't care if nobody uses it, but I like it. So
Yeah.
you know, like they're kind of just making the game they want. They're like, they love guns, so they're gonna keep adding guns. But I 100% agree. Like they go so hard in these like smaller aspects of the game that like people don't really care. Like the reality is people only use a small subset of all the things in the game.
I
Like,
think-
Unless you're
if they
memeing,
left-
right?
Yeah. If they left it like that and worked on everything else and fixed it, like we would probably have a better game. But I don't think that's gonna change either, you know?
It's like
But
when they
I wish
decided
that
to
it
write
would.
this game. When they decided this game, one of the things you do when you're like writing a game is you do flowcharts. Figure out how your game is or what the function or what you're working on. Dude, their flowchart, at some point, like they ripped parts of the flowchart off and threw them in a paper shredder. They're like, don't care about sound right now. Give the G36. Like, I just feel like that's what happened. They were like, this is how we should work on the game. These are the things that we should do. This is the order that we should do them in. And then, like, every once in a while, I'll be like, when people are complaining about something, it's too hard to fix. Just give them another gun. Give them another headset.
I think that's how we think about it on the front face side of things, and it's. I mean, maybe I'm just a little more optimistic. I have to imagine that's not how they're dealing with it. Like,
No, I'm sure
just
it's
give
not.
them something. Just give them something. Keep them happy, right? And then we get that, and then we all get pissy about it.
Right, but
right?
so I think it's I feel if I'm being real about it, I feel like it's more of a continue to progress towards finishing the game, and then also try to fix some of the problems. And there becomes a crossroad of, we need to finish this game. When are we going to finish it? And then it's like prioritizing what they feel like they need to be doing. Is the sound good? Like they get like the good enough thing. Like, hey, we improved things. We made them better. We know they're not great, but we're also trying to complete a game here. And then we can go back and fix some of this stuff. When the game's complete and we don't have to build, however many new maps to complete the game, then we can focus on some of these bugs. When ideally you have a team that's working on those bugs and somebody else that's working on development. I don't think the team is big enough to be doing that. It's not a AAA studio where they have a group of people in the audio department that's working on audio bugs while other people are working on new audio cues. they probably don't have those resources. Anyway, I'd like to move on from audio. You guys, you'd like to move on from audio?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We
I
kind of
feel
talked
like
about
I
a
brought
couple
all your
things.
fault.
It was
Yeah.
fun.
I feel like
It's
I brought
good.
up audio.
Yeah.
My bad.
No, it was good. I mean, it was a good conversation. I feel like it was a good
God,
conversation.
Stealable,
Al.
you're such a distraction to this
Because I wear
conversation,
this
bro.
stupid Veritas hat.
It's your. It's very.
Changing hat.
So what you're saying is it's Veritas's fault? Are you
Okay.
blaming
Yeah.
him now?
No,
I
what?
just tweeted about it. Canceled.
And I retweeted, and there it is. It's now viral.
So we just talked about it. New guns. What do you guys? How do you guys feel about those new guns they put in the game? The
I don't
Iron
care
Dart.
about
Rhino,
them.
dude. Wait, was
They're
that last
cool.
wipe?
Wait, what guns did they add?
The Rhino? When did they have the Rhino?
704,
The RD
The Rhino was the
704
last gun I cared
G36,
about.
AXMC,
AXMC, the
Lapua,
Bolty, the
right?
Lapua Bolty.
I
Haven't
think-
even shot it yet. To be
I
fair,
think the Lapua Bolty should have been added first before the Mark 18.
I agree.
Like they should have. That would have been cool. Like Mark 18
And then they take
was
the Mark
cool in
18
itself, but
And then basically take it out of the game. They've essentially taken it out of the game at this point. They locked it behind that task where you can never find Sherman, and they took it out of marked rooms. You can't even get one. I haven't seen one all white. Why didn't they do it
Yeah.
backwards?
think about that actually. I don't think I have either.
Haven't
Huh.
heard one.
Like
I haven't
think it's-
either.
I think it's really cool to have a Bolty that one shots for like actual like long distance sniping. Like that feels right, right?
Feels
like
correct.
it's the first
Yeah.
it's the first Bolty that's like, okay, this is worth to run because it can one tap. You know, whereas like you run like M80 or whatever or M61 in another
Like a-
Bolty, an M700 or a DVL, like it's the same. It's effectively the same as running an M1A or an SR25. So like the trade-off is steez. Like the trade-off is that it's cool. That's all for
Right.
the Bolty. Whereas
Yeah.
like this new Bolty is like, okay, there's an actual reason to run one. So
Right. I'm not running the
that's
DVL.
probably the one gun I'm excited about actually.
I'm not running the DVL because it gives me a big advantage over a DMR. I'm just running it because I want to be a hipster.
I run a Bolty because I think
Shut
it's
your
cool.
mouth! I ran that for like a week
I've-
straight, bro.
Me too, because I'm a
slaps,
hipster.
boys.
You're a hipster
Slaps.
too.
No, I'm not.
I'm switching my hat back.
Stop
I like this
judging
hat better.
me, man.
All right. So I mean the Lapua Bolty, great. The RD 704, that gun slaps.
Oh, love it.
That gun is
Just sounds so satisfying.
yeah.
I just die every time I've used it, so I just stopped using it and I stopped dying. So I never really got a good sample out of it. This is because
G36 feels like a 5.56 SCAR that has 3-shot bursts. So and both those guns are terrible. The SCARs are terrible guns. They are terrible. I looked so forward to having those guns in the game, and they are bad. They're just bad. They they
simply
block
don't like
all
them
of your
because
vision.
They're
They
so
block
big.
all of your vision,
Massive.
I hate it.
and
block
Never run 'em.
oh,
and the recoil on them is terrible. Even if you build the loudest, lowest recoil gun you have, I still feel like I'd rather shoot an Ash 12 with no foregrip on it at the end of the day. Like it's just all over the place. Recoil is a big thing in this game, and you can see that they're biased in certain ways. The recoil numbers don't mean anything; they're relative numbers in the game. Again, I think that's a weird. We talk about things that are base. Those numbers are relative to those guns. The lower the number is great, but
yeah.
like a 30 recoil MPX and a 30 recoil AR shoot totally different, and they shouldn't. That recoil number, the amount of recoil and the rate that it hits my shoulder is all that should matter. Like the caliber, any of that other stuff doesn't matter. The amount of force is the amount of force, irregardless. Whatever that number is, it should be reflected on that gun. The only other thing should be like how like the vertical and horizontal recoil. Horizontal recoil is it's crazy. It should just be one number, in my opinion, and it should just be static. And it's just whatever that number is, great. You know what to expect when you pick up the gun. You know, whether how fast it swings through stuff and like the ergonomics could be different, but recoil should just be the recoil.
I would say I don't care if it was static or the way it is now, if they would just make that clear, right? The average player has no framework for those things, right? So I know like the lack of information is kind of the way of Tarkov, right? But there are some things that would be very helpful, I think, in enjoying guns more because you have more knowledge of how things are impacted by how the gun is built, right?
Yeah.
And then from format to format, from ARs to DMRs to whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. Super 90 was released this wipe. I love that gun. It's my favorite.
It was fun to use for like
Oh.
silent caliber and setup and stuff like that. It was a fun gun to run for a
I
while.
still, when I'm having a bad day, throw on a Super 90, throw some flechette in there, and just W key around with like a diaper rig, or maybe not even like a PACA, and just run around and just with like a kit that cost me $100K and just blast stuff, scabs, players, anything. Yeah.
The shy sounds mean as hell. It's
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Done some definitely.
Yeah, taking that thing around factory is a lot of fun, dude.
Factory. I like taking them factory. I like taking them customs. Anywhere,
Custom.
whatever. You just close the gap on everybody. Like, don't even let them get close. You know? They add the guns they want. Right. Nikita said that. Right. But I mean, I think he's also added guns that that other people have complained that wanted a lot too. Like, I don't think they necessarily wanted to put the G36 in the game. People have been asking for the G36 for a long time. Then he's like, fine, here, have your G36, and it's terrible.
Well,
like, it's not terrible, but it's not a great gun.
Haven't shot it once, don't have any intentions to.
I shot it. I kept selling them, and then I was like, well, because I literally was like, well, before I have the next podcast, I guess I should try to use this gun. Literally just so I could say that I used it, and I could be like, yeah, this is good or this is bad. And I was like, this is below mediocre.
That's not good point fire, right?
It doesn't.
That's what Landmark said.
What do you say? It has good point fire?
I watched a video of him using it, clapping people with it.
I mean,
he claps everybody.
True.
With everything.
Yeah.
But he said it was an ass gun, and then he just started point firing with it, and he's like, actually, this is pretty good. So I didn't try it after even watching him clap with it, but
I did the same thing, to be honest. At point fire, it does point fire pretty good. But it's like, what gun doesn't point fire when you're 10 feet away from people?
Well, and that's a really good conversation piece with point fire. Is like every gun can be very effective if you point fire well on your initial for 1, 2, 3 bullets that are coming out of the gun, right? Like if you hit your shot, right?
Right. This game point fires where you don't have to aim down sights better than any game I've ever played. Right?
Yeah.
It's just as effective. Maybe too effective. I know Clean did a thing about like point fire is actually too good in this game. Like point fire when they had the IR laser that you couldn't see and you got the bonus for accuracy. He was like, point fire in this game is ridiculous. But then he also like back reeled on it and was like, well, when you are 10 feet away from somebody, you kind of just have to point. You know, like you don't really need to be looking. You just kind of wing it at it. So that's interesting.
My God, does it feel so good when you point fire somebody from like so far away, bro?
Yeah.
It's nothing greater.
When you just flick and almost get scared by somebody and then point fire them and then they drop and you're just like, I meant to do that. Totally did.
Yeah.
Have you tried it in other games? I played COD for like 20 minutes before we started this podcast, and like my first game, I was like tried to hip fire, and I was like, nope, not this game. No,
it does work if you put a laser on your gun.
Oh, if you put a laser on it, yeah.
Put the laser on the gun, yeah. It still works. It still works. I've been telling people they're ADSing too much. I'm like, you can still point fire in this game. Spray and pray, baby. You're close enough.
Yeah. How much Lighthouse have you guys played? How do you feel about Lighthouse now that people have had a chance to whatchamacallit, play Lighthouse more?
It grew on me. I didn't even do my task there last wipe. I had no interest in doing it. It ran like crap. It felt so open to me. I was like, dude, I don't know the map yet, and I'm just fucking getting shot from everywhere. But I feel like I did that with reserve, and it's my fourth wipe, so I'm still like learning other maps, Um, but it kind of grew on me now, and I figured out how to take out rogues and stuff. It's just like any of the other maps. You just got to figure out how to play it, how to play
Mhm.
that map specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know Evan played
Yeah.
a lot
I
of Lighthouse.
scavved on it. I scavved on it so much when it came out that like when it came to PMC, like it was like already kind of familiar. Like I already knew my way around like the rogue camp and everything like that, like the water treatment. So it was just like learning how the map actually plays as a PMC, like the spawns and everything. Well, actually, you didn't even have to learn that because you spawn as a scav with 37 minutes left. So
Yeah.
you get to learn the spawn.
Yeah,
anyway.
true.
You're
So
playing
I
a
take that
normal
back.
raid,
I
my
take
guy.
that back.
Yeah. Normal raid with a really crappy kit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I ended up really enjoying Lighthouse last wipe because of the rogues. I thought that was a really fun addition. Performance wise, there's two things that happened simultaneously. I kind of fell in love with hunting the rogues at night with a fleer. So like I liked hunting the rogues in general, but then I liked doing night raids and just it's really nice when you want a solo game. You want to go in, you want to ruble, hit some snipes, and hit that car extraction, right? So this wipe, I played a lot early on because I had ended last wipe doing a lot of it, and so I kind of went back to early on. And I like the map. A lot of people, I mean, I say a lot of people. What does that even mean? Like, I guess I've heard mixed opinions about the map in general. Last wipe, it felt very. The flow was ridiculous. You spawn at South Road, you might as well just leave because the chalets hit, the rogues are dead. Unless you have a quest you're doing, you might as well just leave and reset, right? Unless you're going to just find people who are shooting, who are all heading north already. Like they're already heading north. So, but this wipe with the addition, right? Um, I don't think that it had the effect that I was hoping it would, where you get more action down at that area. It still feels very barren. It feels like nobody really goes there.
Yep.
There's rogues there, and I've seen them one time, and sometimes you might get in a little battle across the bridge, right? Because somebody knows that there's action at the island, and
Somebody
gotta
needs their
make your way out
shooter
of it.
born on Lighthouse, and they're
Right.
camping bridge.
But that's the only real value I felt like about that edition is like, oh, there's another spot for shooterborn to happen.
The rooms are cool. The rooms that they added, I feel like the rooms that they added in like the road camp should have come out with the road camp.
Yeah. The
That
only
wasn't-
thing I think I really liked about this wipe with Lighthouse was that they tried to make adjustments to things that were there before, which was rogue placement. I like that. I wish there was more of that. Like they've taken out scav spawns in certain maps, like in woods. There's a bunch of spawns that are just not there anymore. Same thing, I
Yep.
think, in Shoreline. I like that if you're replacing that and maybe shifting where things are a little bit. Like I like that whole idea where you have to kind of relearn the map. It feels different, plays different. I like that they did that with Lighthouse. I would love to see them do that more with things. I guess maybe they have. It just feels like they took more away when it comes to like scav spawning.
No,
And
I agree. Like with scavs
like
and
that.
stuff and the way that things play, it would be interesting. It would be nice to see even throughout the wipe. How hard is it to do a mini patch where you adjust spawn rates in certain areas of the maps, or adjust
Like-
like woods? They've changed so much on woods.
it
like-
would be so. I don't know. Maybe. Sorry. Yeah, I'm just like, what if you moved the boss locations around? We know where the bosses spawn, but like, what if Sherman didn't always spawn at the sawmill? Right.
Right. What if they spawned more
I don't
often,
know where
but
they
you had
could
to find
spawn,
them?
Isn't it a
Like what they did
server
with
side thing
Killa?
anyway? So like the same way with the bosses, couldn't they just have scav spawns rotating? Maybe this raid they don't spawn at checkpoint, but they did spawn at Sunken Village or something.
Yeah.
Right. No, I
I
agree.
think my problem with Lighthouse is like I don't like that. The scavs are like player scavs are in the raid like instantly.
You better
like I
get out
already
in
said
10
earlier.
minutes, bro. They're
Yeah,
after you.
because they swarm you. The other problem I have with it is the map is super like one directional. Like you said,
Mhm.
everyone's going north. So like if you don't fight someone, like you spawn on the south side, if you don't fight someone right away, then like you're kind of busted for PvP.
Yeah.
And then like you said, everything's looted because not only have PMCs tried to go through, but also like all the player scavs have gone through. So
Yeah, I think that's a
my
big
only
issue.
problem with it.
A big issue that I have is even if you spawn in that It's really weird because if you spawn on the south side and you spawn on like the bridge one, you can run across a bridge, and if no one's there, you run back off. You walk right to South Road, and you're gone. You can be in and out of there in like 8 minutes. But then if you spawn on that the like the mountains above road camp, you don't have northern UN extract. You have to go all the way to the south side of the map. It's like, wait, what? Like you have to the
Take
people
the
that
train.
spawn there. It's like, okay, well, you spawn closer to the rogues, so when you get out, you have to travel through the whole map to get out. And it just seems really weird to me. If you spawn the south by south road, you shouldn't have that as an extract. There shouldn't be, unless you're going to make northern extract and extract for everybody. It's just really weird. There's a lot of extracts there, and they don't make sense to me. Like sometimes you spawn, you're like in the middle of the map, and you have one. You can go one way, but you can't go the other, and you're spawned like at Chalet. You're like, man, I should be able to take either south or north.
Yeah, if there was an extraction that I would actually change, it would be the Red Rebel extraction. For what we've been talking about is you spawn right at Chalet, you loot and scoot. You're in and out. It's right there, right? And I like that that extractions are maybe more like further away from the central spot where you kind of have to go in and then make your way back out, right? I don't hate it, but I also feel like the high tier loots there. It's been nerfed, obviously. I feel like over the past wipe or whatever, but it just feels like an easy escape, right? Like you just go in and go out, go in and go out. A lot of people farm it that way. If you don't get that spawn, if you don't get god tier spawn for Chalet farming, you're just going to Southern Road, right? Like you're it doesn't really feel like it's been balanced for creating engagements. If you get the northern spawns, you're going up on the left side, the west side, maybe shooting some rogues, and then if you're going on the east side, you're going north there. You might hit the car, and he goes to northern, and you don't really force engagements there, right?
Yeah.
So,
It's like if you think about, they're both customs in Lighthouse are both similar sized maps, but the flow on customs and the flow on Lighthouse are completely different.
Somebody said if you spawn in Marin, you can extract it northern. Is that true? I don't think it is.
No, I think you're right. No, you can. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Because that's the northernmost spawn on the west side of the map, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Because
just
all the
doesn't
other
make any
northern
sense.
spawns are on the east side.
Interesting. Man, I feel like I haven't gotten that before. But do you get northern if you spawn on the east northernmost spawn?
No.
No, you don't.
No.
Can somebody explain that?
That's what I'm talking
I guess
about.
my only argument for that is like when you get that spawn, you're like in the mountains, so you can instantly fight rogues and get out. Like
Yeah, but I mean,
fast.
you could do the same thing, loot chalets,
Can you do the
and
same in
take,
Marin.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, there's
I'm just
two
talking about
spawns on
the
northeast side. There's one right in the mountains, farthest north. It's past the water. You're not going to run into water, right?
Yeah.
And then there's the one that overlooks that spawn, where there's a group of rocks that overlooks it, right? Both of those you will not get northern, I think.
No.
Yeah.
So,
No, you won't.
but Marin gets northern. That's just weird to me, I feel like.
right.
But Marin's more south than those two spawns, right?
Yeah.
It is, but when you think
Like it's on
about
the
it,
other
you
side of the
fight
water, other side of the
you
river.
literally shoot one rogue and you're out. You just follow the beach all the way around. You might have to deal with somebody behind you that's sniping at you while you're crossing around the beach,
Right.
And passing the bridge, right?
Right. But I
So,
mean,
I don't know.
it is really weird because there are things, and I'm just as good mentioned. Well, the rock spawn above the camp does have really easy extract to shoreline, sure, but that's kind of like it's like a backtrack kind of thing. Like you have to backtrack it, and that is probably the way that most people are going to go. Like it just feels like some spawns have a like go in, go back to where you and then go back, and then other ones it's just like you head one direction. You destroy and loot everything in that path, and then there's a nice smooth extract for you. Like there's a nice loot path of where you want to go. And then there's other ones that don't. And I think that's a struggle on that map. And I think that I think that every map can kind of have that issue. Every map has this issue where you get a spawn and you're like, ugh, I got this spawn. Like when you get Trailer Park on customs, you're like, with the exception of the start of wipe, you're like, what am I gonna do with this? I'm
95%
by the
of
time
my
I get
customs
to
made this
anywhere.
wipe.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I spawn there all the time. You know, but it's
Who
like
else? Where is everybody else spawning? Are they always spawning by dorms? Like, why
Right.
am I getting shafted this way?
yeah, I just don't
feels
understand.
that way.
Feels
Right.
that way. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, right.
You're not
Those are the
spawning there as
spawn next
much
by.
as you think. It just feels that way.
Yeah,
to you,
sure it
it
does.
feels
There's
like,
no
man,
way,
90%
bro.
of the time
There's
I'm
no
spawning
way.
there.
You might be right.
Somebody
though.
should spread. I'm gonna spreadsheet mine next week.
Yeah, do that's a great
Honestly,
idea, actually.
it is. That's a good YouTube video right there.
Like
Yeah.
that outside of crack.
How often
crap
are
back
you
is-
getting these spawns?
Right. How often? To see
Do it,
how
do it on a
often
couple
I
maps.
What is
Yeah,
your
that'd be
least favorite
interesting.
spawn in any map at all? What's the least? What's your least
Ooh.
favorite spawn out of all the maps?
That's a good question.
Reserve.
Anything
Reserve.
on reserve.
Anything in
Yeah,
reserve.
not a specific spawn, just like reserve.
Honestly, though, on reserve, I hate spawning out behind White Knight. Like I don't know.
Reserve heating pipe. Heating pipe is the worst.
Yeah, that's pretty crap. That I don't like that one much either.
Factory glass hall.
I hate
Oh.
spawning it like anywhere road to customs when I have to when I want to go to resort.
Yeah,
I hate
mean,
that.
but there's other ones that are those are all terrible though. I mean,
I
so's
will
the
say
tunnel
Southern-
one too on the other side.
Yeah. Southern Road on Lighthouse is actually probably my least favorite though. It's
I
just
would
like I'm not playing this raid. I'm done.
Master
Not
might be
going.
on
I
one.
watched you on stream just turn around and leave. So
Oh yeah. Oh, I've done it multiple times.
Yeah.
I've seen other people do it too. They're like, I mean, what? My goal is north. Everything is north.
Yeah. I think you
Yeah.
had to kill rogues that time, and you were like, "Well, just turn around."
And I've
and
seen
leave.
a
I mean,
lot of
there's no
people do
point.
that. I've seen a lot of people spawn South Road and be like, "Well, I had to kill rogues, so I'm just gonna reset." That's
Yeah,
I'm not
wild.
wasting my time.
I don't
I'm
blame
not-
you.
Why would I do that? You know.
Beach next to water by the bucket head on Lighthouse. That is a pretty rough spawn. That is a
Yeah,
pretty
that
rough
spawn
one.
can suck too.
And also
Yeah.
glass hallway when you have to deliver Tarkoni's package. That you want that spawn for sure, right? It's
Mhm.
right underneath where you got to plant it. I love that spawn.
I have the.
Or
I
if you
think
need,
I-
it's better early wipe. Like if you need office kills too, you can just run into the office from there.
Yeah, I think I got the.
I
I
don't
think I
mind that
got the
one
worst.
too.
The worst spawn. Okay, the one where you spawn on the far northwest corner of interchange, and you have to run by W21 or 21 WS things to head in, and the best way to get in is going through Ollie, but the people that spawn on the other side are already there waiting for you, and the best place for you to
there's
go
no
is either
sneaking.
navigate the basement or go up those escalators. That's got to be the worst one. So you either run through the front, where somebody scav could have spawned by scav camp and can see you run through the front of the whole thing, or you got to fight people as you come up escalators, and there's no good way to, like, you either go up escalators, get exposed, where you headed further into Ollie, or you have to go left. And there's a couple spawns where people can be sitting in, like right there at the electronics store, which is name is blowing my mind right now. Or furniture. There can be
But-
people already in furniture waiting for you. There's like 3 different places they're already waiting for you when you come up those stairs.
You guys go to interchange?
See, I hate
Idiots.
Emercom. On interchange, my least favorite spawn is Emercom because by the time I get to the ramp, I'm normally like eyes on me from like the orange tanker from underneath, and then also eyes on me for whoever spawned like towards the 21 WS. Like I feel like I'm always fighting people there and getting headshot within the first 1 minute of the raid.
I used to have that happen. I haven't had it happen this wipe. But I would say
I also
Emercom.
don't play interchange anymore.
Yeah, I would say well, like Emercom and then the one in the other opposite corner have to be 2 of the worst spawns to get.
Yeah.
And it's not because like they're far away from the action. It's just because you're late and everybody's waiting for you because interchange is full of corner dark campers.
I want any spawn that doesn't make me extract at Emercom. Because I
Yeah.
firmly, and I stand by this. This is maybe just my experience, and if yours is different, you're wrong. Okay. I get extract camp more at Emercom than D2 in reserve, which
I'd
those would
agree
be
with
some
that.
very common. That is the most, for me, that is the place where it happens the most. I don't know if it's true for you guys or not, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I hate going to Emercom. I feel like I've gotten extra camped there more than anywhere else ever in Tarkov.
Mm-hmm.
It's been
everybody
D2
always
for sure.
talked about D2 like being the place where people are just sitting there waiting for you to come down, and I'd rather deal with somebody down there than some bushwookie in the back of
There's only so
Emercom.
many angles down there.
Right.
There's
and if you
there
hear
is
that, you
there
bring
is a
aid.
lot
Bring
of
an aid.
angles in D2. There's like 27 different places where you can jump up to in D2. It's bad.
Yeah.
I watched.
But
I watched.
I feel like you're less likely to get just tapped from nowhere. Like you're like, obviously someone
Yeah.
could surprise you, but
You-
like you're like D2, you're like clearing all the angles, right?
Yeah.
But then
Right.
interchange, you're like, is there anybody out there? And then you're just dead. like it's
Yeah.
impossible to spot people. But
Yeah,
but
no,
I hate interchange and I also hate reserve. So maybe I'm not the one to talk about the subject.
Yeah. Fair. That's fair.
yeah. And if any of us played labs, we'd be like, "Yo, sewer extract is the worst," and everywhere and all of Tarkov. Wait for a minute down there for it to drain so you can get out. Think about your PMCs. You got to climb through that sewage. Okay, definitely the worst
Yeah.
extract. All right. Bosses and the goons have been a big topic for discussion, I would say, on we'll say Twitter. What are your opinions on the let's go with the bosses overall. I want to do bosses and then I want to do new bosses. Let's talk about new bosses last. Overall bosses and how they're presented on this wipe. How do you guys feel about it?
Wait, so are we talking about goons and bosses?
No,
Like,
just boss all the
bosses.
old bosses, the first ones that you experienced, the ones that we already know about. How do you
Yeah.
feel about those? Like spawn rates,
I've
fighting
only-
them, whatever.
I've seen Sturman. That's the end of my statement.
I killed Killa
No.
twice. That was the first boss I saw, and I got him twice before Rishala, which was crazy.
Yeah.
Killa. That's all I'm gonna say.
It's RNG, dude. I got lucky. I've seen people that are like level trying to get Killa.
I'm just like trying to find him.
Yeah.
And it's so hard. Like
RNG.
he's like the hardest boss to find because he has like 200 different spawns.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And
I don't
it's
like.
such
I don't
a
like that.
large place to explore without forcing PMC engagements where,
Yeah.
you know, and the design of the map kind of forces cornery, campy play. So you're going
Right.
to get
Yeah.
And he's-
if
the
AI
probability makes it very difficult.
If the AI in this game weren't like, you know, insta headshot, head-eye magnet shooters, like it wouldn't be that frustrating because like the problem with Killa and like what before they made it so where you'd spawn wherever you'd want, like what you would do is like you'd clear all his spawns and you would slowly clear like each corner because you needed to be on top of it, like kill him instantly, right? But now you made his spawn more like unknown. You made it more ambiguous. You don't know where he's gonna be, but then if he sees
Right.
you first, you're just dead. You're just like instantly dead. So it's
Which
super
majority of
frustrating.
the time he does.
But all the other bosses, like you kind of approach them like you know where they're gonna be, but now it's like you have to approach the map completely different. I don't know. It's
What-
just weird that he's the only boss. I guess the goons are like that now. I guess a little bit, but
They
like
have-
most places, actually, I guess they have their spawns, but yeah, I don't know.
I have
It's-
a question about boss spawn rate after all of this, by the way, after we talk about goons and all that
Mhm.
too.
And I want to say about Killa, evasion during evasion trios, I thought had the best idea where he, instead of just having him around Kiba, it was basically from like the tents at the front of Goshen to the back and kind of the whole area around Goshen. So he could be out in the hallway, you know, facing Idea or Ollie's side, or he could be in the back hallways behind
Right.
Goshen.
yeah.
And I know people's arguments about, farming him when he was kind of like in that one spot, but it pushes PvP so much better having him. Maybe you just make it a bigger area.
Right.
I do not like him being anywhere in the mall like that. There's too many
3
spots.
different levels and in the entire mall. In the entire
Mhm.
mall, and then 3
Yeah.
different levels within
It's
that mall.
crazy.
You have to cover
And-
every inch, and then they can be in stores in a corner. On top of that,
Yeah. And one thing to add on to that is, like, because Killa used to be in one spot, they made him like shoot decent ammo. He has a crazy, like, really good armor, really good helmet. Because like the other bosses, they all have they're goons, right? Or I shouldn't say the word goons now because we have those.
Well,
but,
whatever.
like they
Gosh,
have all
get it
their
right,
bodyguards, right?
like-
I know. They have all their guards and stuff that kind of helps, like, in the difficulty of killing them, right? Like a lot of them don't have really good armor. Rashala doesn't have armor, and all that. But now they put him wherever he wants, but he still has all that stuff that they kind of subsidize when they put him in one spot. They're like, okay, let's make him have a ton of good ammo, let's have him good armor, and let's have him in one spot. But now he's wherever, and I feel like that's just like makes him harder. And
my screen disappeared.
like, could you imagine if he didn't have like crazy good armor, but he spawns wherever? Then like
That would
he
make
takes some
more
shots at you,
sense,
and
yeah.
you can kill him right away, right? Like that's what makes him difficult, is because he can surprise you. But that's
One
my
of the
2
things
cents anyways.
like with the Killa conversation, I think about like how a gaming community, or like for example, the Tarkov gaming community learns to love a game is through commiserating, right? Like when you have something specific to commiserate about, you develop bonds with people in that community and an affinity with the game that you play. So like I say that when I think about the conversation about Killa, like we all kind of laugh with each other, right? When we talk about, oh, Killa, man, like freaking Killa, like he's the worst, right?
Mm.
And that we all have this shared experience of trying to find him and we can't, and he kills us. He spawns everywhere. This sucks. I need it for the quest. I killed him, but I died. I didn't get his helmet, all this stuff, right? And that creates this camaraderie in our pain, right? Which is what Tarkov seems to be all about, right?
Right.
My question was going to be, and this can be for the goons too, is like about spawn rate, right? What would it be like if the spawn rates were increased for all of the bosses? We're at like what, between 10 and 15% or something like that for each boss. Gonna get anybody
They're
know?
closer to like they're 20 or 22% for a bunch of the bosses right now, with the exception of the Goon Squad.
Like, yeah. Do you think it would change the game a lot if they bumped? It's maybe that's the wrong question. If they bumped the spawn rate, do you think you would enjoy boss hunting as much?
Yeah.
Or more?
I think you
More.
would, because then you could set more challenges.
So like what I think it was you, Armbars, that just said when the spawn rate of when they were on customs for the event, is that what you were talking about?
Evasion was on.
The evasion event, that's
no,
right.
Evasion trios. They were on interchange.
Okay, so
Changed.
I also
Killa
go
and
back
Tagilla was there too, but
like to the events where you knew Tagilla and Killa were in the storage area on customs. What if we had increased the spawn rate of the bosses dramatically, right? Think about what that would do to the PvP, right? You get people fighting constantly. I personally, I would be super for that idea. I think people would enjoy that. But there's also this anticipation that Tarkov is about, right? It seems that way, where it's like you never know. You never know. They could be here, and then all of a sudden you get killed by the goons. You're like, oh, well, I guess they're on that map, right?
Yeah.
I'm just
I
curious
do-
about other people's perspective on spawn rates.
I do see that incentivizing PvP too, because like mid to late wipe, I want Killa armor more than I want a GPU. Like I
Yeah.
would rather be fighting
Yeah.
over that good gear than loot
Right.
or whatever.
Especially the way the things are now. I think that if you've taken away you've taken people's ability away because of RMT or whatever you're trying to fight with that, which is whatever, effectiveness or not.
Mm-hmm.
It is more difficult to make money in the game. And I don't care who you are, what you say, like my if I look at my runs this wipe compared to last wipe compared to 3 wipes ago, I know what I was averaging on a certain loot run over time. I had one loot run on woods. I actually documented it, and I had like 685k over 15 runs on this specific loot run. I've done it this wipe, and I have not documented it, but I did one day last week, actually added up with a calculator, and it was like 300k every run. For the same run, the same spots, nothing different about it. And that's woods, but it's across the board. You know, it's, you know, I've done the shoreline runs. You know, when somebody is like, I remember people were like, at one point were like, yo, I'm getting 1,000,000 rubles every like nighttime pistol with a bag loot run in resort. Now people are like, yo, I got 500k, and they're excited about it. Like, that was a failure 3 wipes ago. Okay, so people have less resources. So and I love fighting the bosses, and it's like, man, I'd love to have that boss loot because it's valuable to me. I want that boss armor, and now they spawn with less great stuff they used to. You used to fight Gluhar and the guards, and like at least one of them would have like a slick or a hex grid on them at one point. They'd have pretty good guns. They'd have a lot of BP ammo. Now it's like T45 half the time. Some of them have KS23s with slugs in them. Like, even when you fight them, what you profit off of them is not even that great. So it's like, why are they not just spawning in more? Like, Glue will have like the M1 crappy rig level 4, which I don't care about at this point in the wipe. He might have his gun with M993 in it. Sometimes it has M62 in it or M61. It doesn't matter. But it's like they don't spawn enough, and his guards have garbage. They've got like press armors and trashed AKs with 40 T45. Why are we gatekeeping them behind terrible spawn rates? I mean, it's the same for all of the bosses. Because even with Killa has good stuff, but I've also killed him, and he's had like BT ammo, which isn't terrible, but it's not a Golnik like you used to always spawn with. You know, like you're like, I got BT ammo 3 or 4 months in a wipe. You're like, well, and it's not terrible. One, you can't sell it on the market anymore. 2, you're like, do I really want to use BT when I really need to be using BS against people that have level 5 and 6 armor? So it's like, even the payoff of fighting them isn't that great for you. You can't sell the Killa armors anymore. You can use it. They're great armors. I've barely seen Killa armors. You used to run into Killa armors all the time. People had tons of Killa armors. Now you don't see them anymore. I've run into the Gazelle all wipe long. Like, and that's not a good armor either. Like, but it's cheap, and it's a tier 5, so I run it a lot. But I do feel like I have not killed as many bosses this wipe as I normally would have. And it's not for lack of trying, and I do think that it does take a little bit of fun out of the game. And the reason that it's nerfed, I don't know, to slow down progression. Is it an anti-RMT thing? Is it, you know, and I almost feel like they're like, well, the anti-RMT thing isn't working as good as we want. So, you know what? Let's give people less incentive to pay for paid runs, because then they won't need their tasks done because the bosses won't spawn anyway. That's like, that's a deep fake theory, because I'm sure that has nothing to do with it. But if somebody told me that it was, I wouldn't say they're wrong. But it's like, what? There's lack of PvP in the game right now. There's a lack of players. I ran a bunch of raids the other day. In the morning, I saw one player in like 15 raids, and I was W keying, looking for players. I was looking for PvP. I didn't hear gunshots. I didn't see dead bodies. I didn't find players. And all I wanted to do was kill PMCs for a task, and I can't find them, and we're only 3 months into the way.
There's something that is very connected, in my opinion, to spawn rates, because if you can't find the PvP, if the servers aren't pushing people together, and at least filling them to a point where you have PvP and you can expect it, then you've got to have something else that's engaging or at least interesting. This is why rogue farming was enjoyable for me, because there was something, at least when I was bored of trying to find Sturman or
Give me a
Sanitar
challenge.
or whoever. I have something at least that I can go after, right? I mean, obviously, rogue farming, once you figure it out, you can do it, no problem. So it's not really a huge challenge. But what I mean by that is the spawn rates being so low for the bosses, goons, or overall bosses, it is rough at this point in the wipe because it comes to be there's less interesting things to do, and you feel like you're just kind of going through the motions. You're hunting players. Well, if there's not players, at least give me Rashala every couple of raids, right?
Right.
So I can at least go hunt them or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying?
Give me more to do. Give me more to do than run around. And let me give it, like, I like to make up my own challenges and make my own content, pistol running, whatever. I'm gonna do a shotgun challenge, whatever. That's great. But you know what I'd love to do? Do that pistol challenge and try to fight a boss with it. At a certain point, you're kind of like, well, pistol running's kind of lost its steam. But what about pistol running bosses? It's tough. And I would agree. Deadly just mentioned everyone's trying to get money, so they're avoiding people. I agree. The anti-RMT thing, for me, and for you guys as well, you're streamers. How many of you guys farm? I know Armbar says this, you guys, but do you guys ever find yourselves feeling like, man, I need to go farm some rubles off stream so I can go get some action when I'm on stream?
No.
I don't play off stream.
Right. You don't have.
Yeah, I know. I'm kind of the same. I might scav here and there while I'm watching YouTube, or watching Netflix or something. Yeah. But I've definitely noticed that I've made less by this point in the wipe than last wipe, but I've never been like so hard pressed. After week 2 and 3, I wasn't ever under 2 mil probably.
Right.
But I mean, there was definitely times where I'm like, oh my gosh, I just spent 4 mil today, dying all day.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So
Well, you make money, so you can lose it. You know, it's whatever.
I know
Right.
a lot of people that are like running scavs all day, so then they can play with their friends at PMCs at night.
For me, it's like that day I'm gonna push PvP less. That's like I'm like, oh shit, I'm hurting. I'm gonna push PvP less. I'm gonna be like, oh, there's shots over there. Wait, I'm gonna like see what I have on me. Like, should I just leave?
Right.
That's kind of how I change or decide if I like need to make money or not.
But in the past, you'd be like, whatever, I'm gonna go push this. Like, if I don't make it this raid, I'm gonna win that fight next raid and still walk out with my rubles. Like, now you're like, I don't want to lose this kit because it's too costly right now, and I can't afford it. Therefore, making people not want to engage in PvP. Therefore, I think it's sucking a little bit of the fun out of the game because they're like, I mean, I've said it on stream. I know there's other people that have normally like to push fights on stream. I've been playing with them or watching them, and they're like, oh, I want to push that. I want to push that. Oh, I'm making money. I'm ruble farming today. And I'm like, 3 wipes ago, they would never do that. They're like, sounds like that sounds like some fun. Let's go get involved and not even think about, I'm going to farm rubles. Like today we're farming rubles on stream. And unless you were like one of those, like, I got to get to 1 billion rubles, not many people were doing streams with like making rubles today. And now I've caught myself doing it this wipe. Like, I'm just going to run some low key runs and avoid PvP so I can make some rubles. And then tomorrow we're going to chat out, and then lose money, not even die that much. Like, I'll survive 70% of my raids and then look at my ruble count and be like, dude, did I lose money today? Like, how is that even possible?
Yeah.
I just I always create a savings account, essentially. People always get on my case about my inventory looking like absolute dog crap because I keep like so much stuff. I've got 3 scav boxes just loaded, and I specifically don't sell a lot of my valuables for that reason. So like when I'm having a really crappy day, I go through that box and I'll sell all the stuff in there, and then I'm like, "We're back, baby.
We're back.
Let's go to labs."
Look at that! I just dug into my scav box.
We're going to resort
and
today, you guys.
2 mil. Yeah.
Yeah. So stuff like that.
My only problem with previous wipes that you were talking about, Dad, is like, I'm gonna call you Dad Life. I'm not gonna call you Dad.
Dad, are you my dad?
I guess my issue with that was the problem was everybody had so much money that they would push every fight,
Yeah.
But I don't like that Tarkov either. I don't
Right.
like the Tarkov where people can run the same kit every raid
Every
without
raid.
having to worry about like
Right.
they're not analyzing if they want to take the fight or not, you know?
Right.
So that's my only counter is like I didn't like that Tarkov either.
Right.
Like sometimes I want Tarkov, I want you to like value your life. And so I guess it depends on the person that you're talking about, but like I personally like that. I like that you're like, oh shit, like I'm gonna struggle to get this kit back because I don't know if I can afford it. I like
Yeah,
that.
I like that
personally.
too,
It
but-
depends what kind of Tarkov you want to play.
Right.
But
I think that they
yeah.
limited that by putting limits on a lot of stuff you could get and taking a lot of stuff off Flea. Like not being able to
Mhm.
buy slicks and hex grids off Flea and taking even things like SR25s off Flea or those popular guns. I think that made a big impact on, hey, you're not running exfil helmets and hex grids and metamutants all day long because you can't anymore. So I think that was a positive thing. You know, but it's like sometimes it's like I hate this, you know, when I started playing, you could task and make money at the same time, and now everybody's like, well, you're either making money, but you pick one of the three. You're either making money, or you're tasking, or you know, you're chasing PvP. Why can't we have all of those kind of like intermingled a little bit?
Actually, what that actually brings me up to or makes me think of is the problem is like the value of the PvP is not as high as the value like you want to have risk for reward, and a lot of the time like the risk for taking the fight isn't as much as the reward for like whatever is in your bag. So I
Right,
think
yeah.
the solution would be like actually doing stuff to incentivize people to PvP, like actually like a dog tag like should be worth way more in my opinion.
Right.
Maybe put
Yeah.
safeguards so you can't kill your teammates to farm rubles, I guess. Like there's obvious issues with that, but like
Mhm.
having something that's like actually incentivizes PvP and where you can make money off of it and everything like that, like that would solve the problem of people making that decision. Do I stay in the raid and fight this or do I leave? But
Well-
right now, it's not really worth it to stay and fight if you're gonna make more from what's in your backpack.
Right.
I
Yeah.
will. I'd love to speak to that because there's something about. So somebody from our community was like, they're new to Tarkov. They're loving learning it, right? I think we would all agree that learning this game is part of what makes it really enjoyable because there's so much to learn. And part of the experience is you go from, oh my god, I escaped. I escaped from Tarkov for the first time, to I got a scav kill, oh my god, to holy shit, I just finished this task. And then it's like the second you've killed your first PMC, right? Whereas the reward in Ruble might not be there, but in PvP, the reward is winning the fight, right? Like I feel like when I've gone in and I fought two players, let's say, and maybe their loot wasn't great, but it was a good fight, and you know, I made it out with my life, right? Even though I didn't get great loot, and their loot wasn't even, it was average, right? Because it doesn't seem as valuable as some of the loot you could have gotten at Resort, right? You could have gotten the GPU, you could have gotten the Letty maybe, and not engaged anybody. Though I will still say that the reward is in PvP and winning those fights more than what their gear is even worth. I could care less about what they have on their body if I get into really fun PvP battles, you know?
Right. Yeah. And I think that's
This is what it comes down to, the different type
Right.
of player, right? And where
Yeah.
you're at in progressing through Tarkov. If this
Right.
is your fourth wipe, that's going to be the most rewarding thing for you. If this is your first wipe, my God, your first PMC kill feels like heaven. You know, like, oh my
Right.
gosh, I can't believe I made it like through that, right? And so
Right.
people have this goes to the conversation about defining what is valuable to people who are playing this game. Well, everybody's very different.
yeah. I mean,
And so
my biggest thing is even if it's my reward is I survive the fight. There's been times where I felt like at the end of the fight I lost more than I gained, other than the excitement of winning the fight. I've lost more than I gained. Like, you know, when I add it all up, I'm like, look, I used 100,000 rubles worth of consumables for this person whose stuff is not going to vendor for anything. It's not something that I really want to use. And now I'm not going to be able to find any loot to replace this. You went out of that raid at a net negative. And that happening once in a while, no big deal. But I feel like this wipe, a lot of people are running low end gear, and it happens more and more. It's not like, you know, we all talk about like killing, like, oh my god, I just got a juicer. I feel like I say that way less now than I've said that in the past. And there was some excitement of that, of like maybe not even being juiced yourself and taking out a juicer and profiting from it. Like there is not that juicer. And it doesn't always have to be a juicer either. I get where your guys are saying that too, is like you survived the fight, like you didn't profit a huge amount of it, but there's so many times where I've walked out, like I said before, like win 7 out of 10 of my raids, get out and like do well, and then look at my ruble count and be like, look, I made 0 rubles. I maybe just broke even, and there's been a couple days where I've actually been more poor leaving because I like War Gazelle, had to replace it. Didn't make that 138k back because my Gazelle was so shredded it was going to repair to nothing. And then the ammo on top of that, and it's not even like, doesn't even have to be the best ammo. Like 856A1 is still pretty expensive at this point. M80 is still adds up after a while when it's $3 a pop, and you walk out of the raid and you're like, well, I shredded that guy's armor. It doesn't repair well. My armor's shredded, so I'm not going to take his. I got to replace mine now. Plus, I got to pay 130k to insure my kit. And now I replace my armor, so I got to pay 40k. Like, it adds up so much. And you're like, what did I get out of the raid after that? You're like, wow, I got, after all said and done, I got like 100k worth of stuff out because my armor's zeroed out. I need to get out of a raid to survive, and I'm at a net negative. I've done that more this wipe than ever. And I feel like that is a rough place to be in. And I would like to figure out, they should be able to figure out a way to maybe adjust that a little bit better. And it's crazy because now armor costs more to repair.
Yeah.
It seems like they're doing the opposite of what they should be doing. Like, you know, I have to pay more to repair my armor because I've progressed further in the game. Oh, so the expectation is because I've progressed further in the game that I just have more money laying around in the game for some reason or another. So I get punished for it, which is not the case. I'm you know, for being level 53, almost level 54, I'm broke. in the big reality of it, I'm 50 levels in. I have 5 million rubles, which is not nothing. It's like I can do whatever I want with that. But at the same time, there's people that have 5 million rubles at level 10, depending on how they play the game. And I just feel like that linear progression is just being like, that experience is being pushed out a little bit. I don't want to get punished. I feel like I'm being punished.
You say then though, like with what you're saying right now, Dad, that then the game is kind of forcing you to play on all aspects of the game and not just be one way focused, right? Where I want to just go in and PvP. But it does kind of force you to balance that, where it's like, okay, I'm going to go to customs. I'd like to PvP, but based on my spawn, I'm going to hit some loot spots and then make my decision as I'm going. So you have to plan the looting and on the PvP if you're trying to, you know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for
that,
sure.
right?
For sure. It makes you adjust that playstyle, which I think I have, and then I still feel like net negative sometimes.
Yeah.
But that comes down to, hey, where are those boss spawns? Where are those other things to do? Where is that? Where can I find that high tier loot? I've been going to interchange lately. Like I said, in those PMC runs, dude, I wasn't finding anything. Wasn't finding a thing. And it's not every raid. Every once in a raid, I did find a GPU the other day and died with it. But there was a couple raids where I did PMC runs with a tri-zip and walked out with 200,000 rubles. Like, after like 25 minutes, and it's just like, look, like, if I had gotten into one engagement with one PMC that I was maybe even trying to avoid, like, I wouldn't have made my money back even if I won the fight. After winning the fight, I wouldn't have made the money back. That's where I get into it. Or there's not enough alternative things to do. We're late in the wipe. What are you going to do? If you're not tasking and you don't want to lose a lot of money, so now you're just ruble farming because you can't boss farm. so that it's limited. Where are the events? Which is what I wanted to really get into. I guess this is a good way to segue it. A lot of people we've put in the game down. Where are the events that we had? If you guys remember, we had the events, and they started right around mid-wipe. What was it, 3 wipes ago? It was 3 wipes ago when they decided to start experimenting with the events. Some of the events were terrible, like the dehydration event. But where are those events that keep players coming in or make it fun to the people that are maybe looking for a change of pace? You know?
I'm trying to think, when was the beginning of last wipe?
Christmas.
Christmas time.
Yep, December 11th, 12th.
And then they
Oh,
had they had the event, right? Like right away where we had Santa Scav, right?
Yeah, a couple weeks, or was it right away? Or was it like a week or something later?
Well,
It was
I mean,
it was
it
right.
has
Well, I
to
mean,
be
they
right.
always do
It had to be right around Christmas.
a Christmas event. That's kind of like
So, I mean, if that's true, I mean, you got to think there was an event essentially during that wipe. I mean, right away.
right,
Yeah.
but then they didn't have anything the rest of the wipe until the end of wipe. But the wipe before
That's
that, they had like 3 months in. All of a sudden, we had the dehydration one, and then we had
Fog.
Rashala running or Killer running into factory because he was being under investigation. And we had all these different things where different
Yeah.
bosses would be on a different map. One was Rashala was hanging out in resort up with Sanitar. Like we had all those events that wipe. Those were fun. Where are those events? Where did they go? Why don't we have them?
They were
My-
going ham too. They were
my-
doing events like every few weeks.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Speculation is that with the additions of the other things, so like last wipe, we didn't get map additions. We didn't get we didn't, we have a new addition to Lighthouse. We have the goons now. So those are the things that are maybe occupying the space when it comes to like events, if you will, versus them planning out, more events and fun things to do like that. It feels right now that it's just like they're trying to focus on maybe the whole versus like doing events, right? Would we even want them focusing on that, right?
I mean,
I would be fine if they just boosted the spawn rates of bosses and goons. Like, if you told me that tomorrow there was a patch where they bumped it 10%, I'd be like, let's freaking go, dude. We're going boss hunting, right?
right. I think you could do both though. They've already established that they can move bosses to whenever they want. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
So, or they
Do
could
an
take
event
something
where you
away.
just, all they really have to, you know what people would love is they would love it if you just 100% spawn rate on the goons for a day.
Yeah.
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 Right.
You don't have to add like a
Right.
new spawn
Or
area
tell what
for
map they're going to be on
bosses or
and they're stay on
create
that map
lore.
all day. The goons have
Yeah.
business on customs this weekend. They're going to be there on customs all weekend long. Maybe they're not there every
People would
time,
love that, bro.
but they're
They would
there
love that.
on customs. You know where they're going to be. PvP on customs, or they're going to be on woods. They're going to be on shoreline, wherever it's going to be. Dude, can you imagine shoreline? Everybody trying to climb that mountain because they're like, I'm goon hunting. I know they're going to be here because they're on shoreline this weekend. And all the cool, like, mid to long range engagements there could be. Like,
So you can
it's
loot the goons and get their 45% durability
right.
weapons, which
Yeah.
doesn't make any sense to me. I still haven't
don't
figured
get
out
me
why they
started
did
on
that.
what
with
you're
them.
going out.
Started on that one, bro.
I don't.
Makes
It doesn't
no
make any
sense.
sense to me.
because they
But their backpack sells for 200K. Like,
right,
I
and they
don't know
have
whose
their
backpack
their
they're
armor's
using for
max,
that.
but their guns aren't. I mean, I get the gun thing because
Weird.
they've decided to like leave society and establish their own thing, so they don't have as good of access to replacement
Dad,
parts.
stop
I
making it
guess,
sound logical. Like, just be pissed off about it with me, okay? I
but
killed them and then got the quest the day after. Okay, so I'm still
Ooh.
salty.
I don't want to derail this, but I feel like that is one of the biggest like logical gaps in Tarkov is like you want to incentivize like risk and reward, right? Like I was talking about earlier. Like you risk it for the goons. Like you're risking your life to try and get the goons. Like so you want to be like I feel like this should be your gateway into getting good gear is like killing the challenging things, the things you're risking your life to
Right.
do. But you get these guns that you can't even vendor.
right,
Yeah,
I think
fence.
like I've talked about this so much and why I'm so like passionate about this is like I think that scavs and like bosses whatever I'm okay with the durability being at 50%. when you kill them, but it shouldn't be the max durability at 50%. You should have to get out of the raid, and then you can repair it so that you can actually use it. Like, the whole point is you want to escape the raid with gear so that you can use the gear. Whereas, like, that is just like a huge logical gap and flaw in Tarkov.
Other than having the stray dogs task.
Why?
Yeah. Other than having stray dogs, why do you want to fight them?
I won't ever after I get the task done. There's no, because number one, finding them is ridiculous. I'm not gonna go searching around for the map when the spawn rate is ass. Like, where? Like, why would I do that? I'd rather go to resort and just push resort all day, or push D2 and like go fight there and fight raiders, or go fight lighthouse. You know, there's no incentive.
He'd rather take one chip challenge dust and rub it in his eyes than fight the goons all day.
Yeah, bro. Gosh.
I'd rather play reserve than
that's saying a lot. We already know that now from Sealable. So
yeah, I mean, I think that the goons are it's a huge risk. It's not even there's little to no reward. And there is an enormous challenge there because they have terrible AI. There is two ways to kill. There is 2 ways to fight the goons. One, die where you feel like you have no control over it, or you can win by cheesing them. That's it. That's how everybody fights them. Nobody fights them legit. Somebody pulls aggro and the other team member wipes them out, or you somehow line of sight them into a choke point and you wipe them out that way. That's the only way they've killed them. That's the way that I just recently killed them. We line of sighted them behind a huge rock. They aggroed. They pushed behind the rock like one at a time, and we just stacked them up like cordwood. And I've seen people do it in Stronghold. I've seen people do it in Bunker on Woods. They've done it inside the shack up at Weather, or they'll sit down in the bottom of the hill where they get line of sight underneath the rocks after they aggro them, and they walk all the way around to the rocks, and you just sit there as they start to pile into the rocks and just mow them down. Crack House, people do it at Crack House. Funnel them through the doorway, you know, and then mow them down with a brigade of 60-round mags. So, I mean, I like the idea of it, but then the other thing is, if you don't know they're there, or they don't see you, all of a sudden you're like walking along looting in woods, and all of a sudden you hear bang bang, or just one shot through your chest, 993, gone. You're like, I never even saw them, and you're like, we know where they spawn. I've been killed by bird eye, probably like 300 meters away. Never heard one shot ever. On shoreline, he was sitting up in the tower or whatever, and he shot me as I was coming out of spawn from like road to customs and running across. Like, I hadn't even made it to radio tower yet, and I got shot. I was like, you what? Like 35 seconds in a raid, he's just wiping out PMCs.
The AI in Tarkov, like, it's not even exclusive to the goons, but like bosses and goons for sure, and even normal scavs. Like, I feel like a lot of the time they just don't lead to like an engaging fight. Like, it's like you either see them first and like they're completely oblivious and you get to kill them, or you're cheesing them. It's like, I feel like it'd be way more engaging if they take shots at you and that like they miss the first couple, right? Like suppressing fire or whatever. But like if they see you first right now, like the bosses and goons just like one tap you, and it's like, okay, that was cool, but like I want stuff like that in this game to be like something that's engaging and like gets your blood flowing, where it's just not like that right now.
Right.
I agree. Yes. The thing that the AI for me feels stupid.
Yeah.
Because like when I was just gonna leave it there to see how you guys all reacted so, and make a decision about whether or not I was gonna continue to dialogue about it. But I shouldn't ever shoot a scav in the leg, let's say. I just shoot him in the leg or the arm, right? So they know, and then they just run. They're just running. And then pop, 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 then he's dead. like I would love to see an AI that's more engaged with the cover that's around them, moving a lot more, taking a shot, moving again, taking a
I
shot,
mean, they're
versus like
getting
you shoot the
closer.
scav. Yeah, they are. I know it's going to take some time. I know it's
But
like,
like now they
you
lean
know,
peek and they'll lean behind a tree and shoot. Like that stuff's a big thing from where it used to be. But I would say at the
yeah.
same time, like I shoot him in the leg, he shouldn't 180 me and then shoot me right in the face. He should be worried about going to get cover, right?
Sounds like a user error.
Yeah, I didn't shoot. Yeah, I mean headshot everything.
Skill
So,
issue, to be honest.
Yeah,
skill
issue
gap.
big time, dude.
Skill gap.
Like,
But
get better, dude.
like that's a really tough thing, and I know AI. I'll give them like AI versus some of the other things in the game. I'm like, yeah, dude, that can't be hard because every game we've all played those games, dude. They're all bots in every game. But bots are bots,
Yeah.
right? The AI. Some of the things that the AI does is really good. One thing that I don't like is how randomly they can just pop you in the face. It should be such a rarity for them to be able to hit you in the head for a regular scav. Bosses, sure. But a regular scav, these scavs are like, they're like locals who are out there trying to like make it, dude. They're not like highly trained, like, snipers. Like it's the same thing. Like not everybody is a crack shot just because you're in the military. You know what I mean? Like there's no way that all of
Yeah.
these guys went to sniper school. Some of them are like mechanics and stuff, Like, yeah, they have to qualify, sure. And they squeak through, but like they're not all, Chris Kyle out there. And it feels like some of them are like, Chris Kyle understudies sometimes. And it just, it's ridiculous. Especially like the SK. And shotgun scav can be scary, but that's totally random. That's like a random shotgun pellet. SKS scav is the scariest scav, in my opinion. SKS scav is the scariest thing in the game because they don't miss. They don't miss, and PS ammo after it's buffed is just like, why don't ever all those scavs have T45? The way I feel like it should be. They shouldn't even have that.
Yeah.
Like, you find a PS ammo scav early in wipe, you should be excited about it. They should have T45.
Yeah. It'd be great if fighting scavs felt a little bit more engaging, because once you figure it out, it's kind of like it's either way too easy and just kind of whatever, or it's like I just got one tapped by a scav with a buckshot from like 50 yards.
Yeah.
away.
I feel like the best way to fight scavs is to W key and just shoot them because they don't have ability to react. I feel like when you're trying to play covert, like all of a sudden you be walking along and they see you through the bush, like boom, then you're like dead, or they blew your cover. But like, man, sometimes I go to customs and you're just running through construction area and you're just like 1 little, 2 little, 3 little scavs, 4 little, 5 little, 6 little scavs. You're just like knocking them down, like, and you're like they don't even shoot back at you because you'll shoot one and the other one's just like hasn't even decided to aggro yet. And you're like, oh, you two, your little friend over there, give him one of these buckshots too. So it is interesting, like that, when it comes to this scav AI, but I'm like more worried about the boss AI, and it's like the goons are super cracked and you can cheese them, but then like Rashala, again, unless he sees you from a long way away, like dude, like he's kind of a potato. He's kind of easy. It's like he's super easy. You catch him in dorms, like okay, they're gonna sit in a hallway, they're gonna charge at you, they're definitely coming at you at a choke point. But even at gas half the time now, I feel like he's really easy. Yeah. He's pretty easy. Yeah. I feel like all of the bosses, with the exception of Killa, because you can never see him, are relatively easy. Tagilla, I had struggles finding him, but once I found him again, it's not like he did anything game breaking. I died to him more for my own stupidity than him being like really good AI or really scary boss. Bluhar's kind of the same way, man. Like, if he sees you, you're dead. But, like, if he doesn't see you, like, there's times you just, like, walk into a room and he's facing the other way, and you're just like, well, mag dumped him. Got Gluhar. All done. I don't understand it. And then we have this other set of bosses that they introduced that are, like, have huge aggro ranges and never miss. Like, those guys don't miss. At all.
I feel like fighting any boss for the most part. I'm thinking through each of them and all of the different spawns that they can have. Like, if I know that I'm going to fight a boss, or I'm going in with the intention to, and I know that they're in the raid, I mean, the meta feels like throw a nade where they might be. Now you've confirmed that they are there, and now hold an angle until they push you, and then shoot them in the face. Literally pre-fire while you hear them running to you. With the exception of maybe Sanitar and a few of his spawns, like you can't maybe do that as easily at the cottages. But like Lucar, you want to fight him inside. You want to wait till he pushes his 3 is, and that's what it feels like with Killa too, is like you wait for him to push you and then you just spray him down. Like that's just,
Right.
I don't know what it's like for you guys and how you engage bosses. Otherwise you can do what I do at times, which is just go fleer hunting, right? And bop them from a distance, if you're feeling
Right.
spicy,
Mhm.
right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think
It's just not as engaging as I feel like they could be. Give
Right.
them worse ammo, but make them move more. Make them take different angles. Make you move more. I just feel like it's easier. Just like, oh, Glucar's at White Pawn. I'm gonna sit in Bishop and just wait till they all pile in, and all of a sudden at the end of the engagement, it's just a pile of bodies. All I had to do was just wait until they all pushed me.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, and that's the way that I feel like a lot of the fights are successful ones. The other ones is almost like ones where you don't win is because you didn't expect them to be there and they happen to be there and you just like walked in and they're like, hey, and you're like, oh, never mind. He just head eyes me instantly.
That's kind of what I meant by like it's not engaging. Like either way, win or lose. Like if you win, it's because they're dumb. If you lose, it's because you're dumb. No, it's because like you didn't see them.
I think the chat just said they think the ammo's fine, but they should just miss shots a little bit more.
Yeah,
that's fair. Yeah. Don't make Killa aimbot. I would be okay with that too. Yeah,
right. Miss once in a while.
Keep the level 6 armor, Killa. Just miss a couple shots, man.
Yeah.
Right.
But if you're in the parkade and you're running, and he's just like the whole time while you're running across, like you're like holy shit. But now it's like if you get caught like that, you're dead.
Yeah.
But if he missed more shots, like it's crazy because he has a 95 round mag and he's just like,
and like the idea of Killa is he's supposed to be like a tank, right? Not a precision sniper. He's like just he's really armored up and he is throwing bullets at you and he's gonna throw a lot at you because he doesn't care. Like that scene in Predator where they're just mowing down the forest. That's my thought of Killa.
90% of my Killa kills are him this out of nowhere. It's like, oh, Killa's just staring at a wall right now. I can see him he's just sitting there.
Yeah.
You don't know when that's gonna happen, but that's 90% of the times I've killed him. He's just staring at a wall.
Yeah, like he runs and slides against something and he's looking at something. You're like, what are you aggroed on?
Yeah.
All right, free. Yeah.
Yep.
I agree.
And
Or somebody grabs aggro on him.
Shouldn't be that way.
And he's shooting at somebody through like a wall or something. Like you have a teammate that's like, there's Killa, and then run to the corner and he's just standing there shooting at a wall and you just like step out. He doesn't even care about you and you're just like, yeah, see you later, bud. But again, it goes to felling him because there's a million times where we've been like just running along, he's in a dark corner and he just lights everybody up within 2 seconds. So yeah, I think it's tough. I feel like I'd like to see them miss. The goons, I'd like to see them miss too as well. I think missing at least would be nice. And then maybe taking a little bit of cover or just make the fights a little bit more engaging. Make their time to kill you longer. And therefore, I think the fights would be a little bit more engaging. And then make their ability to grab cover and play smart a little bit better. Don't have Rashala in dorms and his goons all run into the bathroom on 2-story. I don't know how many times you guys have run into the bathroom and you just wipe them all down and they're all in the bathroom.
What are you guys doing in there?
Yeah, they're all in like that bathroom. Like make them take some different rooms, peek a doorway or something. That's what I would like to see. But spawn rates need to be up on all of them, I think, by a lot.
Yes.
I think it should scale with like the
progression of
what's the word? The timeline, like
timeline of
with
life.
the
I
wipe.
agree.
Yeah, like I don't think they should be spawning like crazy at the beginning, or make the gear they have like inversely proportional to their spawn rate. So like,
I would be okay
if they're
with
spawning way more, I want their gear to be way worse, and then that
or
could increase when as
or the
white
same
gets
thing.
More.
Yeah.
It's if they're gonna spawn less, they should have better gear. If they're gonna spawn more, they should have worse gear. and I think that should change as
I
the
think
wipe
they
gets
should spawn
later, in my
more, but
opinion.
as the wipe goes on,
get better. And
um, they go from like tier 4 armor to tier 5 or tier 6.
yeah, and I think the same thing about the rogues too. The rogues gear too should also like get better as the wipe goes on, because I don't want to be fighting people like day 2 of the wipe and they're wearing killer armor and
right
have
away. Yeah.
the goal next.
Yeah,
right?
because
Like,
they landed their shots, or because they had help landing their
It was
shots
but if they
stupid
have
with
for
their
them,
chair.
but not for
Class 4
you.
and BT, like they still have like relative good gear, but it's
Yeah.
not like the best of the best.
Like, have an option, there's so many things you could do. Like, I mean, Killa mostly by his helmet, right? So that's a
Mhm.
guarantee, right? But maybe every time you fight him, sometimes he's got different armor. It's not always class 6. Later in wipe, let's say he is running his armor, right?
Right.
Why wouldn't we do what happens with the gun that he's using, which is it could be, I've had people say that they engaged him when he had his pistol,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
Or the RPK or what, and rotating those kinds of
PP-19.
things, but it's always the helmet, right? He's always got the helmet. Like there's always something
Yeah, I
signifying
mean, it could be too, like, some of the easier bosses might have a much higher spawn rate. Like Rashala, those guys don't normally have pretty good gear. They run in tier 3s and stuff. And then it's weird because the scale on Rashala is like Karasa tier 3s, and then randomly they'll have a Zabralo on Rashala guards. And Rashala doesn't have armor. Sherman doesn't have armor. Luhar sometimes doesn't have armor. Sandy doesn't have armor. Nope.
And he's just jacked out of his mind on drugs.
He may as well have.
I know.
Right.
He's
His guards
that's
usually have
so
armor.
funny about that. He doesn't have armor, but he's
Diamond skin
got the
armor.
most HP out of any boss.
Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, I would like to see at least like a variable spawn rate. I mean, I think at one point last wipe, it got up to like 30 or 33% or something like that. And this wipe, it started at 10% or something ridiculous. It should start, there's like, maybe it starts at like 20 or 25% at the beginning of the wipe. And then by like this time in the wipe, it's like 35, 40%. I think that's realistic.
God, Rashala spawn with his item every time.
Yeah,
I don't.
I agree.
That's always been super weird
He's
to
the
me.
only boss that like potentially has his item, where every other boss.
Killa's always
has
got
it.
his helmet. Why we need that for a
'cause-
quest? Why can't we get
for
the
quest
TC?
items should be Sturman doesn't always have his key
Yes.
that you need. Sturman doesn't always
Yeah,
have his
he does.
key. He does
he
not
does.
always have his key.
I've never killed Sturman.
I've
where
killed
he
him
didn't
and
have
he's
the
not
key
had
on
his
him.
key.
I was with you, I feel like, Dad, when that happened.
Yeah.
I think we were hunting him and he did have his key and you died with it.
Yeah.
It wasn't you. That was my friend Odin. I
A
can't
rat
remember.
stole it, dude,
I've-
before you got to the body.
I want to clarify that, like, I can't say 100% sure because obviously I don't have the sample size. Like, it's just my personal. But I've killed him, like, last wipe I killed him over 30 times, and I've killed him a ton every wipe. I've never ever looted him and him not have his key, unless if someone else looted him first, obviously. But
Yeah.
as far as I know, every boss other than Rashala spawns their item every single time.
I think I maybe can attest to Sturman not having his key from last wipe, maybe a time or two, but I'm not sure. I feel like the most of the time that I can think of, he did have his key on him. I don't know. I think if anything, maybe you just got lucky and he 100% had it for you, but it's still also a very high spawn rate.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know.
He's always
not.
had it for me too.
Maybe he has always had it for me too. Maybe Dad, somebody snaked
That's
and
what I'm
killed
thinking.
him.
Maybe
Maybe.
someone
know.
just snuck in and took that. and I didn't want to. Sorry, I didn't want to like
Dirty
argue
rats.
that or
Yeah.
anything. I was just like,
Yeah.
it was just. I've never even heard anyone say that before.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, give me a second here.
But
Yeah.
like he
I
can,
see what's
like
going on.
Rashala can spawn with his PL-15, his TT, and he can have a different pistol too, I believe. And it just like
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't
every
get it.
single wipe, I've like killed him 4 or 5 times before I got the TT. Luckily, this wipe I actually got the TT. But
Yeah. Give me a second here. Just want to
Mhm.
thank Hexlum coming in with the big raid, guys. Thank you for the raid, everybody. Go follow Hexlum. Awesome Escape from Tarkov creator. If you guys are coming in with a raid, we're in the middle of a podcast right now with these fantastic people, Evan, Mr. Armbars, and sealable bag, and we're talking about Tarkov. So, guys, welcome on in. We right now we're talking
complaining about
bosses.
Tarkov now.
We're complaining about Tarkov. We've had some nice things to say about Tarkov. I think we say some nice things tonight. We said some like not negative things.
It's been mostly
I
negative.
said
now.
Armbars is really handsome. Oh, about Tarkov. Oh, yeah, I don't know.
I don't ever, while we've been talking, I say this with any community for any game is like people aren't being negative; they're being critical of something they love.
Right. Yeah.
There's something that they want to see.
There is
thrive,
the ability to be negative about some things. I think we've more question as to why things are the way they are, and I think one of the reasons that people question things are the way they are is because of the communication that development team have with their games. Some dev teams have a really good communication with their players. Others don't. Like World of Warcraft is really open about what they're working on with a lot of their players, like their player base a lot of the time. Sometimes League can be as well. I've been in, both of those wheelhouses, but there's other games that aren't. Like Call of Duty just is like, yeah, we're rolling this out. It rolled out right now. So, or some are like, keep it a big secret. Like, yeah, we're working on a new map. You'll see it sometime. I think that, that's a big thing. And I feel like every once in a while, Battlestate comes out and they're like, hey, we're going to do some podcasts. We're going to talk to you guys about what we're working on. And you're like, oh, cool. And then we don't hear from them for 6 months or 7 months. And it like goes dark. I remember when Nikita first made his Twitter account and everybody was like, dude, and he was like sharing stuff. He was like, yeah, this is some of the stuff we were working on. And everybody's like, cool, we're finally getting what we've always wanted. We're getting some information about what they've been working on. And it gives us some like direction of where the game's going to go. It gives us like not for nothing, it gives people a little bit of hope of like what's yet to come. And now they tend to go at Battlestate. They tend to go a little bit radio silent on some of that stuff, and we're like, well, what are they? And we know that they're working on Streets, right? We've known that for going on 4 years. But I mean, yeah, seriously, they are working on Streets, and I'm sure it's a big undertaking. They talked about Steam Audio. They talked about some of the things that we know that they're working on. But like, when's the last time we got an update? We haven't heard from them since July. Really?
Yeah.
And we're in the middle of wipe, and it'd be nice to be like, hey, we're at the middle of wipe. It'd be nice for them to come out and say, hey, we got to like do a little podcast and say, hey, we're going to do a couple events, over the next couple months, some stuff to look forward to. And as well as that, hey, just wanted to give you guys a little tidbit of what we're working on, or we've seen that there's been some problems. We're working on these bugs. At least give us a reassurance, and I think that goes a long way, and that's a PR thing for anybody. If you're in, the PR department or you own a company, like PR goes a long way for your customers. Give them some information, give them something to look forward to. Whether it's, yeah, we've been working on some sound fixes, or we've been working with some companies trying to figure out, where our desync issues lie, or whatever it is. Give us something. Give us some communication. Communication goes a long way. So that way there's a lot less speculation as to what's going on. Oh, we have some problems. We're going to fix them. Did you fix them, or did you put Band-Aids on them? We had that conversation earlier in the podcast of, upgrading to Unity. They're like, oh, everything's better. Is it better now? You guys think it's better? Good. It is better. But like, is it really? It's just like, we're having a lot of problems. Some companies will come out and say, hey, we're having problems with X, Y, and Z. And this is how we're going to work on it, and then we're going to roll out some patches, and we're going to fix it all. Like, we get updates sometimes, like, whoa, we're working on the back end. What are you doing? Some companies roll out, tell you exactly what they're doing every single time that they do it. Like, Blizzard Activision is really good about that. Even if they didn't tell you what was going to happen, they tell you what they did when it's going to happen. And I guess it's like the Tarkov big mystery. I want you to find out. Oh, I want you to find out that the game actually, my bullets actually hit the characters now. Oh, great. You couldn't have told me that. Like if it's not a change in the game, but it affects the performance, just tell me. Just tell me, hey, we put the servers down for maintenance for 3 hours. This is why we did it, and this is what you should expect to see from it.
It's got to be a weird. Go ahead.
So I mean, I would
Wait,
love
say,
to
John.
see that. I would love to see them hire like a PR person. You know?
Yeah, it is interesting that Nikita, the Tarkov TV, I mean, I think that those are good. I think more frequency would be really well received. I don't need you to give me all these massive changes every single time you do one, but if they're more frequent, I think it makes you feel more connected, right? Like I like the personalities that we get with Nikita and is it Demirka, right?
Yeah.
When we get that there. And I think we have to expect that every dev is going to be different and handle PR differently and
Right.
and whatever. And I'm okay with that because they're figuring out how to do what they're doing too, right? They're not going to do everything perfectly. The only point when I start feeling like as a not as a player but as a customer where it starts to feel really important is when I know that I've spent $120 on your product. Right? So I've spent a lot of money, right, getting an EOD edition for the game. Right? So when you spend that kind of money, now I kind of want to hold you a little bit more to what you're doing, which I feel like I would expect more communication from the devs about stuff. I would hope for that, right? I would love to. I like why did we get told about Streets at all at this point?
Yeah. It's a good
Like,
question.
what was the point of that? Why?
'Cause
Why
they
didn't you
didn't
just wait?
Right. They
And
didn't have
then
anything
the answer to
else.
that question is because we want to keep you here. We want to keep you excited. But in my opinion, it's having like a negative effect later because like while that would have been good in that moment to keep people engaged and excited for what's coming up, tons of people were like, "Bro, Urban, Tarkov, like this is going to be sick." It's how long has it been? Like what, 2 years?
3 years.
3 years? So now we know the truth is you told us about it. You just want to keep us hyped up about the game. When in reality, we're not seeing Streets for. I don't think we'll see it for like another year. I can't anticipate it being in the next wipe.
Supposed to be next wipe, right?
Supposed to be next wipe.
And if it is,
First
that's
iteration
great.
of it.
Right. Right.
I guess my problem with it is it's not even that they're showing us stuff early. It's more that they're not transparent about progress.
Yeah.
A lot of games that are in a very similar, like dev cycle, like they're a similar model, right? Like give the game to them early and then work on it for, a few years until it's in the state where you can call it like done. I feel like most games that I follow that I actively play that have this model have active dev blogs that don't necessarily say like here's the features that are almost done, like almost feature complete. They have like, oh, this is where we're currently working on. They'll show like they'll say, hey, we're
Yeah.
working on Streets. They'll show like, oh, we've worked on this section here. I mean, I also come from Star Citizen, which is like I love that game, and it has like it's the biggest meme for like scope creep and for like development taking forever, right? Like that's the biggest Star Citizen meme, but they are super transparent about the development. Like when a feature gets delayed, I mean, I don't know how familiar you guys are, but they show like down to like the actual like dev cards, like what's getting worked on, and when things get pushed back, you know exactly what's happening, and they do weekly videos on like this is overkill, by the way. I don't want BSG to do this, but like they are so transparent and they're like the biggest meme for like delayed development, but like I literally know what's gonna happen or like what we're gonna get soon and
Right.
what's getting worked on all the time. Whereas BSG is just like, here's a little taster of things you'll never see. But like, like the last Tarkov cast was like, I don't know why we're showing you Gluck animation, but good, yeah. And you're like, well, why
Right.
showing
Yeah.
me that?
That's
Like,
that brings
Yeah.
up a good point. Like I just went to their Discord just out of curiosity, just like what communication has happened, right? Like let's not just speculate about what this has been like, but let's actually look at it what it has actually been. Most recent post is four screenshots. Then we have stuff about the cosplay challenge. We have some little figurines, Lego figurines and stuff like that. Before that, there, uh more screenshots of the devs just working on stuff, but no context. They're just pictures.
They're sitting at their
We've
desks.
got a lot
Okay?
of those, by the way. We've gotten a lot of those 4-picture announcements, that are just pictures and no context with it. Like, tell me
Yeah,
what they're working on.
and
Like,
how
what are
long
you
ago
guys
was
working
that?
on this week? Like, and that's just within the past month. Most of their posts
Okay.
have just been screenshots or pictures of things.
Yeah. And I'm all for like some of the hidden features. Like
Right.
I'm
Yes.
okay that they don't tell us
Reveal
every
everything,
single
yeah.
thing that's gonna come, like surprises and stuff. But it's really hard when you have 6 months of no communication and you don't even know what they're working on. Like we could, like they tweet out, oh, we're gonna have this Tarkov TV, and everyone's like, oh my god, what's happened in 6 months? And they're like, we have done 2020 Unity upgrade. You will see nothing. No change.
The Russian accent is just.
Thank you. I've probably done it too much.
No, not enough.
But no, they that lack of communication also lets people just theorize. Like everyone's like, oh, what are they working on? What are they working on? Whereas if they were transparent about what they were working on, we'd be like, okay, so we're gonna get a Unity upgrade and some guns here. Like we kind of know what's happening. I don't know.
They create this speculation think tank on little micro discords everywhere. What do you think? Do you think it's finally Streets? Do you think it's finally Streets? Are they putting a new boss in? Are they going to make female character models? What is it? What is it? People get all hyped up because they don't know, and then they get let down. I feel like half the time. You're like,
the last Tarkov TV.
In-game trader. Where's the in-game trader?
The trader. Let's go.
Here is the in-game trader. I was sure we were getting an in-game trader with this patch. We didn't get an in-game trader. We did the entire pre-wipe.
Very misled about that.
Yeah. Who? Chat.
I don't know
Who in chat thought we were getting in-game trader this wipe?
Here?
Yeah.
I thought we were going to the lighthouse and there wasn't going to just be mines there where we would die. We would actually be able to
type 1 in chat if you thought we were getting an in-game trader.
All I know is if I don't have a hideout cat next wipe, I'm out.
Yeah, for real, bro. Don't even tease me about that and then give me nothing.
The Lightkeeper. Yeah, we the entire pre-wipe event, which I think was terrible, was all about the Lightkeeper and how we paid him off.
Images
I'm blowing my nose. I'll be right back.
You know what I mean? They had the images of him, and then for people to speculate and the cultist story surrounding it and all that, and then just
nothing. Yeah.
Kind of disappointing for sure.
And then they're like, "Oh, new stuff. We can't show it all to you because my guy doesn't know how to play the game." And then boom, what was it really? What was the real situation? Yeah, armbars is 2 people at once right now. It's fine. No worries. Evan has left the call.
Evan, you broke it.
So yeah, I think that's it's just crazy.
Oh my
just
gosh, did that screw up the whole thing, dude?
Yeah.
I am so sorry.
It's okay.
I was just trying to not make a
Fine,
scene of my
now.
nose.
You're back. You're back.
I know. Sorry.
Fine.
You ruined everything.
I kind of
you just
splitting
hide your
arm bars in
cam?
half there. That was really fun for me.
Yeah, just put just put something over your cam next time. No, I'm just fine. So yeah, I think that a little bit of transparency would go a long way. It'd make people feel a lot better about the game and what's going on. And it's people are complaining about these things and they're not addressed. Like, hey, a million people are complaining about desync. Like, if there's nothing you can do about it, just say it. Be like, look, there's nothing we can do about it right now until we do something else, and that's going to be a ways off. Like, I mean, they don't want to say that because they want people to keep playing through it. But instead, I think it's to the point now where the game's been long enough to where lack of communication can make people give up on the game completely and go find something else. And right now, so statistically, I looked up some statistics, and because you don't get numbers, we don't know how many people are actually playing Tarkov right now, and they're never going to give us those numbers ever anyway. What I did look up the other day at trending words on the internet and YouTube. So summer wipe is always has less hype behind it and less people. I'm going to assume playing summer wipe, but definitely a lot less people searching on the internet for the summer wipe than there are for the winter wipe, which, kind of makes sense. People are busy going outside and enjoying outside, touching grass. I know that's kind of a meme, right? But like,
Ew.
People have more to do in the summer. In the winter, they're like, man, I'm just going to sit and play video games. So it kind of makes sense, and during the winter wipe, they always do in January, they've traditionally done Twitch drops, and that brings in a lot of extra viewers, which then also brings in a lot of, during their sale, also brings in a lot of new players. So it makes sense that that's more people are searching for how to do tasks and blah, 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 blah. But the interesting thing is almost every year, it settles down to the same amount of searches 3 months into every wipe. The game has grown, but why does it keep falling back down to the same place that it was, even though the player base, they've sold however many copies? We know they've sold more and more copies, but there's less and less people 3 months into the wipe searching for it. Like, there's the same baseline. So the baseline never
that
changes.
should be something that drives them to try and figure out how to fix that problem.
Right.
I mean, even the events could bring people back. When they're traditionally the numbers are dropping, events need to start coming out then, bringing
Right.
people back.
Right. Because now people are
kind of candidly. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, go.
Well, I was just
candid.
gonna say I want to speak kind of candidly about this when it comes to, at the end of the day, people at minimum have spent $40 on a beta. It's a beta, right? And the game is unpolished. We all feel that, but we stick with it because the game is so interesting, right, and so unique, the style. And I love this game. It has a special place in my heart. It's one of my favorite games I've ever played, and it always will. Be. I'll always, if I stop playing today, I'll always have that draw to like go play more Tarkov later, right? Even with where it's at, but like, you have people's money in this game. Like, people have spent, I think, is Edge of Darkness 140? Is that correct?
Yeah, $140.
Right? And people have loved this game so much. They've spent, that is literally 2 AAA titles worth of completed games.
Right.
You can buy Battlefield and COD at their finished version. I shouldn't say Battlefield in this example. That's the 2 finished polished games. I know the AAA developers, but even other games which are $40, $60, which are coming out as their full release, right? For me, there's an imbalance here where people have spent tons of money to play this game in a beta, and then you take the amount of time that this game has been in beta and is not finished. I don't want events anymore. I don't want a new map. I would rather get this game in its finished form, which, if they're finished form, this is where it's interesting. This is where I'd love some transparency about what their finished form is meant to be, because
it changes.
We have streets, right? We have arenas now, and obviously that does change over time. They're still figuring out like what it will maybe end up actually being, right? I've heard lots of speculation about from, I think Clean has talked about this a little bit, about how the actual end product is going to be way different than what we're even doing right now, right? But if I was to be completely honest, I would be okay setting this game down until that finished product is like somewhere at least on the horizon. It doesn't feel like it's going to be there in another, it could be another 5 years is how it feels.
Yeah.
So having spent, $140 on the game, it feels like that doesn't add up to me, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what your guys' thoughts are about that, but
right.
I guess my only like counter to that, or I shouldn't even say counter. My only like resistance to like talking about that is I have 4,000 hours in the game. Like, a lot of us have like so many hours in the game. So like,
it's a great point.
That $140 to me personally is more than worth it already. Like,
already got your money's worth.
So I struggle to like agree with you that like thinking like that, I guess, because
I think I'm probably
I
pulling
like
from
to
a
think
devil's advocate side because I
yeah,
agree with
yeah,
that too.
for sure. It's like I know what you're trying to say, but a lot of the people that are the most butthurt also probably like a lot of them have the same amount of hours as us. So
Yeah,
like
that's
Right.
true.
when you compare it to a AAA game, like most AAA games I'll play for like I don't know, like 40 hours, right?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
so it's hard for me to look outside of that point of view, I
Right.
guess.
If it's not a
I think
if it's
that's
not
a
a
good point.
PvP based game, you play the game through the campaign and you may never pick it up again. You play
Yeah.
the game through its story, and then you never. I mean, like people that played Resident Evil 7. What was that? $60 game. I think people beat that game in like 7 hours,
Yeah.
Yeah.
7 or 11 hours, and they put the game away. Some people played it back through, but a lot of people don't play games back through. They paid $70 to play Resident Evil, enjoy the game, and put it down. They paid $10 an hour or whatever, $8 an hour for that game. You have 4,000
I used
hours
to
in
use the
Tarkov.
arcade standard of 25 cents per play or whatever.
Right.
Mhm.
So like Seal at 4,000 hours is like 3.5 cents per hour. That's great value.
Yeah, I use movies. Movies is my like threshold of like
Yeah.
you'll spend like 20-30 bucks for 2 hours at the movies. And
True.
like that's obviously like a lot of money for that amount of time. But like if I can beat that with a game, I'm cool with it. Like,
Yeah.
you know, I
that's
I
fair.
spend $60 on a game. If I get 20 hours out of it because it was like a good story game, I'm cool with that.
I
I'm
would
okay with that.
I would agree with so what you actually said initially, Sealable was like, the amount of time spent compared to how much you've spent on the game, right? I actually have said exactly what you just said, except my example was like, if I can get $1 an hour out of a game, that's a huge value, right?
Yeah.
I put way more than 140 hours in Tarkov, right? So,
Right.
um, and I think it's a good point to make too. I do think from like the devil's advocate side, I do just ask like these questions of like, what why they obviously needed funding, right? So they released the game in beta early, right? And um does the side of like, well, we've still been able to get a lot of enjoyment out of the game for this, thousands of hours for what we paid, and that's
Mhm.
great. Is there room to even say anything and question the company's the devs end goal and like timeline, and should we even have any complaints at all, or
See, okay, now that I think about it more, I actually have a version of your argument that is completely valid. When you buy a game that's in development, but you don't know where the end goal is.
yes,
So instead of being us who have, we paid $140 for the game and we're like, we think we know what it's gonna be. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought now. I guess I'm thinking of like the labs players. All right, they come in on drops, right, and they have a version of Tarkov that they love.
Mhm.
They play the the living hell out of the game. They love it. Inertia hits. A fundamental game change that now lost players. Like most games when they come out, you have a you have the group of people who don't like the game and you have the group of the people that do like the game. With Tarkov as it's been developing, those groups are shifting side to side.
Mhm.
So if you're in a group that liked the game initially and now you don't like the direction because you didn't know what the direction was, then I see this is where I see your argument. I paid $140 for this and I feel like I didn't get what I wanted because they're not transparent about the game they want to make, right?
Right.
So
Mhm.
from that point of view, I agree. Like,
I will.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I will come in down and say this, and somebody just mentioned Clean. Because Clean has been adamant about like, this game, this version of Tarkov isn't like what you're gonna get, and he's tried to talk a little
Yeah.
bit about what you're gonna get. So Clean has an idea of what their end goal was, but I also feel like what when Clean was there and saw what their end goal was, that may have changed along the way as well. The end goal might have been like, well, I don't know if we can do that. Like the open world thing. I mean, even like Nikita said at one of the podcasts was kind of like, he's like, the open world thing is something we have to think about because it's a challenge of how do we make that all work together. You know, if it's completely open world, then how do I get back to my hideout? How much time do I invest in it? Blah 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 blah. Like it's a big different it's a different thing that they have to challenge, and that might change, which would be great for updates along the way. But you know, if the best information of what the end of the game is going to be like is you're getting from a person that's now a content creator on a platform, and that's just about it, and that's everything that we've talked about is centered around one person and not centered around some sort of contact from the company, that's kind of rough. I mean, it was great for Clean. He kind of like when Tarkov was taken off, it really helped him grow his stream, I guess. Because he was kind of like the one who seemed to have the most information, and a lot of people turned to him, and you know they did podcasts and stuff with him as well, and he talked about it. But bottom line is one, he's not exclusively playing Tarkov anymore. He's playing a lot of other things. Two, I don't know how updated his information is because I don't think it is, because he's kind of said that on a stream before when people ask him. So it's like, well, where is that information? You know, it goes back to where is that information and why are we getting it all from? Why were we getting it all from a non-employee source at a point? You know, it's kind of crazy if you think about it. So, and I'll double down. Yeah, I mean, there needs to be a final game of where you want to be. I feel like everything where you pre-buy before the game comes out, there's an end game, and I guess sometimes you can take a risk because the person feels like that end game can't produce that end game, and that's fine. Or that end game might change a little bit. I know Spellbreak, I don't know if anybody remembers that game, came out a while ago.
I loved that game when it first came out.
Right. And that game was like, I played that game in alpha, and I was like, this game has so much potential, and the finished product was not anything like what I thought it was going to be like. I don't think it was a terrible game. I just think it was just weird. There was targeting, and then they ran into some huge meta issues in the game where it was just like, okay, this is just one way to play this game, which as a game developer, that's a hard thing to do. In chat, you guys have been talking about BP ammo. Well, at one point, yeah, Clean was an official rep, but at the same, he had left and was still talking about what he knew about the game, you know? I think the thing is, so here's a story. I've taken my son to PAX East. He's played like indie dev games. They have people play their games before they've come out. And my son like was breaking a ton of devs games. Like they're like, you know, and they came over to my son and they were like, well, this is how you play it. And he was like, why do I need to play it that way? I can just, oh, look at that. I beat the level. And they're like, wait, what? No, you can't do that. And he's like, well, why not? It just seems like blah, 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 blah. You know, he's really good at games and figuring out puzzles and stuff. So, like, I had, like, a dev that, like, gave me their card. They're like, we'd love to have your son test our games in the future. Because he thought outside of the box of rules that they can find for their game, and they broke it. And I'm sure that's happened at times with Tarkov, and every dev goes through that thing where somebody either... And sometimes maybe it's a bug, or maybe it's something it wasn't a bug, but they just never intended their game to be completed that way. There's always the best way to play a game, and somebody's going to figure it out. And I think that's really tough, and you have to prepare for that, and that might change your final game at the end. But like updates along the way are what makes a good dev, you know. And I just think the game's got like to the point where it's got like a cult following. Star Citizen, Sealable, you're a big Star Citizen person. You've been part of that community, right? How many times is there like has Star Citizen almost felt like to a point where you're like, ooh, dude, it's wicked buggy and like laggy and unplayable right now. I have to put it down, but then you still go back to it because you're like, yo, this is great. This game's gonna be great.
Every day.
Okay.
It's super buggy.
Isn't that Tarkov too?
Daily.
Right.
No, Star Citizen is super buggy, but and I don't want to talk about it too much, but it like gives you an experience that no other game does. And you can see it with Von Helsing. We were talking about this before we started, that it's like you can tell that he's bit by the bug, and like it just provides an experience that nothing else does. And the vision for the game is, I mean, maybe Von's not as aware because he's not super into it, but like I know where the game's gonna be, and I'm actively watching it get better. So like I play through the bugs because I still get that like really good experience.
Right.
And like every time I play it, like not like a day-to-day basis, like every day it gets better, but like, you know, every like
Over
big patch
time.
that we play, there's more stuff over time. It gets better and better and better, and it's just, you know,
Yeah.
I don't know, it's
I
super good, and
I think
the
that's
bugs
the
are worth it for
problem.
me.
Yeah, I think that's the problem with
I have
Tarkov.
something to add to that too.
Go for it. Where I'm going.
Well, no, you should go first, Dad.
Okay,
and
I'll go first.
I'll tag
Yeah, I'll
after
go
you.
first.
Yep.
So I think that's the thing, though, like with Tarkov too, is we know the game is going to get better and better. I think the biggest problem is lately is every time they try to make it better, it feels like they make a major break. 3 wipes ago, desync wasn't as bad as it is now, and is that because of the Unity 2019 upgrade? Maybe, maybe not. We talk about cheaters. I remember when I started playing this game, cheaters were way worse than they are now. So much worse than they are now. But do they feel bad right now? Yeah. Why do they feel bad? Is it because less people are playing, so we're running into more cheaters? Is it because of the anti-RMT? Who knows? I really don't care. I really don't care. It is better than it used to be. 5 wipes ago, cheaters were so bad. When Reserve came out, cheaters were terrible. Every third raid that I spawned on Reserve, somebody shot me from who knows where, in the map, in the head. I was dead. I was back in the lobby. I was frustrated, especially, and it always was, if I went in with a good set of gear, I almost died, like, every other raid. Like, right off the rip, 5 seconds into spawn. That
That's
doesn't happen
secretly
anymore.
Why Scalable hates Reserve. We all know it's probably he's been
But-
tainted by. No, I'm just kidding.
The underground, bro. It's honestly, I
It's the
loved Reserve.
underground.
Yeah,
Right.
I loved Reserve until the underground came out.
You know, but like they've
Yeah.
made some of the changes they made to like but when they say, hey, we're doing this to fight cheaters, and then you still see cheaters, you're pissed. You're like, wait, you took away some of the fun that I used to have with this game to fight these guys, and they're still around, so I'm gonna be pissed. So they made a change that hurt everybody else to fix a problem that didn't get fixed. And that's the biggest thing. If you're going to fix a problem, fix the problem. Don't create another one or make other things worse. And I think in the last 2 wipes, that's kind of been the trend, is they've made changes to the game. And yes, there's been some positive things. I think having the goons in the game are great. I think it's a challenge. Do they need to be adjusted? Yeah. But you know what? It is another thing there for people to do. I like the idea that they float around maps and stuff. I'd like to see that kind of thing, that idea where they're going. But the bottom line is, desync's terrible. You took away a lot of the money that we used to be able to make in the game, which for some people, that was their enjoyment in the game. You took that away from some people. You know, and for what? We still have the cheaters. I still see as many cheaters this wipe as last wipe or 3 wipes ago. 5 wipes ago? No. But do I still run into cheaters? Yeah. And is that a problem for every game? Yeah. But why try to combat it by punishing everybody else? And then, while punishing everybody else, because those are the only chances you make, everything else, the overall game experience feels worse.
So, can I step in here, Dad?
Go for
about that? This goes back to what you were talking about with Star Citizen with Sealable. Was like what you just said, Sealable. I can't remember exactly how you worded it. Was like, it always seems like the game's getting better, right? Something to that effect, where like you can see like actual progress in the game. What I feel like with Tarkov is not that. I don't feel like the game's getting better or worse. What I feel like, and this matters in context of how long the game has been in beta for me personally, is what I feel like is years into the beta, I feel like they're still just kind of tinkering with stuff. Like, we'll take this out here and we'll put this over there and we'll just see what happens. That's what it feels like. It feels like, yeah, we'll nerf this ammo.
Hold on.
Hello.
You
Yeah.
muted, Evan.
Oh, I just muted myself. Sorry.
I
That
was,
me
like,
getting
so
passionate and hitting
confused.
my keyboard.
I was like,
Where
is
did
this
you?
me?
Where did
Is
I?
this
Where
me?
did I
Is
stop
this me?
talking to you?
Did
We
I
don't
do
know
this?
because you were muted for so long.
Oh, okay.
I was like looking at stuff. I was like, the podcast is broken. I was like, what happened?
Bro,
the
I'm
rest-
screwing everything up today, dude. Okay, so back to what I was saying. Did you hear what I said about Star Citizen? What you said about how you felt actual progression. What I was saying is this: what matters in the context of how long this game has been in beta is that it feels like they're just tinkering with stuff. It doesn't
Right,
feel like
yeah.
it's better or
That's where
worse.
you-
It just feels like let's add the goons and we'll just make them move around maps, and let's change this ammo, and let's make Kappa 55 this wipe, and let's put let's make the flea market level 15. Oh, well, we'll keep that one for a while now. It doesn't feel like there's direction. It doesn't feel like actual progress. It just feels like I know it's beta testing, but it just feels like, are you going to solidify anything? Like, just anything? What is solid that is like, we know this is going to be here at the end. This kind of goes back to what we said, but when it comes to feeling progression, like the game is getting better and better and better and better, I don't personally feel that. I just feel like, it's just they're tinkering, if that makes sense.
Feels like
Sandbox
nothing
mode.
is going to be solid in the end.
Right.
Nothing.
Right. So this is what I'm going to
Who
say.
knows?
It's interesting because this game is we're still calling it a beta. It's not 1.0. How many beta games do you guys play that have their own test server?
It's a beta of a beta.
It's a beta of a beta.
Star Citizen.
New World.
Which, by the way,
Yeah.
Star Citizen has been out since 2015, or that's when the Kickstarter started for Star Citizen. 2015.
I didn't even just hear about it until this
I think
past
it was
year.
I think it was even earlier, actually.
Yeah.
I think I backed it in 2013.
So
I'm not helping the case,
Hold
am
on.
I?
no, hold on. Oh, it was released. It was a Kickstarter, and then so I just looked it up. It released It released December 11th, 2015. So it's been out a lot longer than Tarkov.
Like
the first iteration.
PTU?
Yeah.
Oh, the first iteration of PTU. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. So that's how long that game's been out. And so maybe they have it a little more figured out than Tarkov does. I don't know. I just feel like it's almost like a ignorance thing. Like, this is our first time building a game, and we have no business skills because we've grown up in cubicles. That's kind of what it feels like.
How I feel about ETS is ETS doesn't feel like the same as Star Citizen's. Star Citizen has their public test universe, and then they have it's pretty much the like a month before we get a patch, you can test it out on their pre-testing server. So and then there's even actually an earlier one called Evocati, but that's the private one, and that's the one that I feel is the ETS, where it's very early, let's just test some of these things, and then there's a bulk test server where everyone has access to it pretty much, and then there's the public universe, which is technically still the beta, but
right.
the other ones are actually made for testing. But
Right.
ETS is I feel like no one, you can't talk about it. That's like Evocati, you can't talk about it. So I don't know what they're testing on there. Apparently they've been testing Unity 2020 a lot. I think One Peg had a video recently that was talking about that. But I feel like they could test stuff more publicly on a server like ETS and not have it so secretive, But
that would require them to communicate what you're testing. And we already established that communication's not a strong suit. So
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's kind of one of those things. It is a frustrating thing. I don't see huge improvements to the game. They add these big graphic things like DLSS and stuff like that. And yeah, they maybe allow more people to play the game. But it's a very frustrating thing. And I don't even want to get into the cheater conversation. Really, are cheaters better?
You sure? 'Cause you talked about it quite a bit.
Well, we already did, and I don't know if we want to go. I think we already established. All of us already know. Are the cheaters better than they were last wipe? Or yes or no?
It feels pretty equal, honestly. I mean, maybe a
agree
little
with
bit
that.
more week to week. It's felt different ebbs and flows a little bit.
It feels
But
this.
I'm
It
not a good
feels
example.
similar.
Again,
Ask me late wipe. Ask me late wipe.
Yeah.
How it was, because I'm seeing, like I said, the last 2 weeks, sussy stuff, and then before that, the whole rest of the wipe, I had almost nothing that I thought was sussy. So
Yeah.
I find
feel like
it
it's
so
more
hard to
mid to
even
late wipe.
call. I feel like there's so much shenanigans with Tarkov that I don't really call cheats that often, because
Right.
it could be someone that I didn't know had an angle on me. It could be desync, and that's how they were able
Right.
to do whatever.
Could be hit.
there's
I feel like there's a hit reg issue.
Yeah, or a hit reg issue, or they just hit
Right.
the shot of their life. I've
Right.
hit crazy shots where I'm like, how
Yeah,
did
there's-
that even happen?
there's not
and
many
there's
times.
no kill cam. There's no there's no way to ever like 100% say that was a cheater. So me personally, I don't know.
What
I
if they're
don't know
dolphin
what the
diving
current.
and coming in and out of frames in front of your face and
I
talking
guess
to you through VoIP and telling you your level?
Flying.
I did see a
guess
flying
stuff
guy.
like that maybe.
I did
Yeah,
see a flying guy this
I've
wipe.
also seen a flying guy.
We've never seen that
I
before.
think
This
they're
wipe.
cheating, Seal. I think that guy might be
That might
cheating.
be-
You know what's
Go.
crazy though?
He
That
might-
guy
he
There
might-
is a
engineer.
world where that's just a bug and they were able to kill you.
Yeah. Okay. All
So
right. All right.
optimistic, dude.
But
Wow.
like, I'm not saying that there is.
Seal came here. He's on Battle
like,
State's payroll.
I'm just saying, like, I personally just can't. If I can't 100% say it was a cheater, you know, sometimes I hit the sus button because I'm like, okay, that was a little weird. But like, I just can't. I can't do it without
I
knowing.
think we all try
100%.
to be good about it instead of just like
Yeah.
every time you
Oh,
die, you're
yeah.
like, oh, that
Yeah.
guy was obviously cheating.
We'll,
But
we'll be
there
like,
are-
I
you know,
do
when
it
it's,
too.
like, super obvious.
I'll be like, yo, that was sus AF. And then like, and then because I'm mad about it. And then after like 2 seconds, I'm like, yeah, maybe they had an angle I didn't see, or that guy just hit the.
Yeah.
That's either really weird, or maybe that guy just hit the shot of his life. Who knows? But I mean, like, we ran into a
Yeah.
thing the other day. We were running like 4 or 5 mans, and one guy killed all 5 of us within killed 2 of us in one section of the map, like 2 shots in 2 totally different directions of the map.
Yeah.
Same guy,
That's
and then
fun.
like killed the last 3 within 2 seconds of each other, and they were in like different levels of stronghold and customs. And we're like, dude, there's no way where you can sit, lay down anywhere and do that. Like, that guy was
Yeah.
not legit. But I mean, yeah, there's
So-
plenty of times where I've died in a weird spot and been like,
I kind of want to put a challenging thought in this group with calling out cheating or hacks, right? Okay, so like, because I respect all of you guys, and I know that your first thought is to be like, you know, this could have happened or this could have happened. It might not have been a hacker. I think we're all pretty good about that, and not just calling hacks every time we die, even though we probably got killed legitimately, right? This is a huge thing with gaming in general. The reason why I stopped playing Warzone was because I got sick of my content constantly being about me calling hacks on everybody. However, I didn't, and I always hated when people did that too. Like, bro, like, you're just bad. Just accept it. But the reality is, and I don't blame the player base when they do that, because there's clearly a problem in the game. There clearly was a huge hacking problem in COD. So even when people were now starting to call hacks every time they died, when even it wasn't, it's not even their fault, because the language has been created because the problem got so bad.
right. Yeah.
So for people in Tarkov, who I've changed a little bit of my perspective on this. When people call out, like, you know, you take a variety of information. You were a 3-man team. Every single one of you got head-eyed. You know that RMT is a problem and has been a problem. You've seen dolphin diving video after video. You've seen people VoIP and call out names, levels, guns, loot, whatever. All of
Stream
these
it
things.
live on Twitch for days
So,
at
to
a
be
time.
honest,
Yeah.
I want people to call hacks. I want people to do that because I want the company to hear about how bad the problem is for people. Now, obviously, it's not true for every single time that's happening, right?
Right.
Report it, move on, and keep playing. Think about what you can do better in any single raid that you die in. But if game devs don't get a handle on these things, people will move on to games, because people like you, people like me, we just get sick of wondering. But you wonder because you know that it's an actual problem. You
Right.
know, like,
Yeah.
they're in. If you feel it,
Right.
feelings are very important with people's enjoyment of any product, and they will move on to the next thing if the feeling isn't good, right? And I don't feel good if I don't feel like the game that I'm playing or the product that I'm consuming
I don't think it's fair.
makes me question it constantly, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
just
that's
something
fair.
that's a bigger conversation probably, but it's just something I think about when, you know, it's like, oh my gosh, you called hacks, you're just bad. You know, it's like, well, you know what? That language gets created by something that gets out of hand within the game where you don't ever really know.
Yeah. Yeah, and
You know?
I like the idea, like, if you're gonna report somebody, like, report them. Like there's been plenty of times where I've been like, I don't know about that, I'm gonna report them. I'll let Battle State figure it out. That guy,
Yeah,
maybe
and
that
that's all
guy's
you can do.
cracked,
Right.
or something's going on. And if there's nothing going on, then
Hacked or
great
cracked?
for him. Yeah, hacked or cracked. That's a new series we're gonna
TikTok
start.
series with Dad Life.
Yep, hacked or cracked. But yeah, I mean, that's the tough thing. I don't know. I don't know the answer to fixing that. I mean, there's a lot of hypotheticals, and
We'd all
again,
agree
I look
hacking's
back.
not going anywhere.
Well,
right?
the biggest problem is
Just
we
not.
know it's a problem, but like the solution that they've given us is the most outlandish solution that I've seen out of any game. Hey, we know that hacking is a problem, so you as the player base are going to get punished for it. I've never seen that happen in a game, because that's basically what they did. They were like, yeah, we're going to take this stuff away. It's called our plan we're going to roll out. Anti-RMT. Look, I don't care.
Their Band-Aid while they want to continue to work on other
I
stuff.
don't care about RMT, period. I don't care. As long as you didn't hack to get it and you want to sell somebody labs cards, red cards, whatever, and you earned it legitimately, I don't care, dude. Get your dollar bills. Get your money. I don't really care about the RMT. People sold WoW accounts. People sold accounts in every single game. I leveled this to max. I'm going to sell it to somebody. I don't care, because as long as the player getting it isn't going to cheat, I don't care. Yeah, they level it. Oh, I bought a Tarkov Cap account. Great. You still can't hit the broadside of a barn. I'm gonna blast you and move on. I don't care that you paid money for it. And it doesn't affect, it doesn't affect BSG either, because somebody's buying that account and selling that account, or people are still buying the account and playing the game. I don't care about RMT. I think it's a BS thing to like, oh, we're fighting RMT. Fight cheaters. Fight people cheating to RMT, or fight cheaters trying to get an advantage in the game, however it is. I don't care about the RMT part of the game. If you go in there and you find 3 GPUs and you sell somebody GPUs on a Discord or a forum somewhere because they want 25 GPUs for their thing, and you guys figure something out over with Flea, I don't care. A million games do it. I don't care about it.
Yeah, it's like, instead of addressing the actual issue, they messed with one of the things that's huge in the game, which is the economy.
Yeah.
Why don't you just look at the person that's got 200 rep on the Flea and selling 600 graphics cards? Like, that seems pretty obvious to me. I don't like, can't we just all agree that person is probably not legit?
Right.
Like,
yeah.
He just runs a lot of interchange, man.
Oh my gosh,
Give him a
just lots
break.
of interchange, bro. Like, whatever.
Dude,
No big deal. Like, I hit Texco, you know? Come on.
Right. I'm level.
It's a SJ6. It's Texco. It seems legit. I don't know.
Yeah, dude.
I mean, that's somebody.
kinda
Some,
like- Sorry.
Go ahead.
The only one that's selling 600 GPUs is Sheaf.
Yeah.
Shot.
I just think that the RMT thing is ridiculous. Like, ooh, we're fighting RMT cheaters. Yeah, what about the rest of the cheaters? Okay, the cheating is still a problem. Now they're not RMTing; they're still cheating, and the cheats are getting so good and so cheap. And I know Shroud talked about this months ago, and we talked about my last podcast.
Mhm.
Shroud was like, "Dude, every game is going to have a cheater problem. Online games have a cheater problem. It's a society problem." Because everybody in life has pretty much been taught, do it the best way. And a lot of people are like, well, the best way is to cheat, then I'm rich in game. I mean, it's the same people. People cheat on tests. People will squash on other people to get a job opportunity that prevents somebody else from getting a job opportunity, because this society is, you have to be the best. And if you're not the best, then you're garbage. If you're not first, you're last. And
Bobby.
you know, I think that that translates into Tarkov or into gaming. You know, like, how many big competitive players in Valorant, Counter-Strike, whatever, have been caught cheating over the years? It's happened numerous times. These are professional players or semi-pro players that have gotten caught, banned off Twitch, lives ruined, because you know what? They wanted to make money. And some of those guys made a ton of money, and they don't care because they made their money, and then they bought 4 investment properties, and now they're going to live off investment properties at age 24 for the rest of their lives. Or they were an idiot and bought themselves a Lamborghini, one or the other. It doesn't matter. But, you know, like, let's talk about sports. How many people do steroids? That's cheating, right? Performance enhancing drugs, cheating. Like, like it's everywhere, you know?
Yeah.
So it goes beyond gaming.
Well, something shifted, in the last 2 decades with gaming and really anything in general. Like, we don't enjoy games the same way anymore, right? It was much more, competitiveness has always been a thing for humans, right? But there was much more of a social aspect with gaming. I feel like when we were sitting next to our friends and playing a game with each other, we were still competing, but the social aspect is what made it great, right? So if you can get past the fact that like hacking and cheating is always going to exist, like we're not going to, uh, you know, it's not going to go away because competitiveness is always going to be an important component of any game, right? To a degree, and you start to enjoy games with people, it becomes a lot different, you know. And so like the reason why I started to really like Tarkov was because of the social experience, and the cheating really hasn't been terrible for me compared to any other game that I've played, you know? So I think that's been a huge game changer for me with enjoying this game, is like making it through raids with, battle buddies and stuff like that, and just trying to enjoy a game as a social gamer versus just trying to frickin' landmark every every raid and kill everything, at a high level. And let's be honest, I don't think I could ever be at that level anyway. So, but I do think that there's something about gaming that shifted in the past several years, which is like everybody wants to be the best, right? And if you're not, you're shitting on people who shit on you. Everybody's like, the conversation is always around that, like being good, being bad versus like
Yeah.
just enjoying the game for what it is with people,
Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing.
I feel like
So
that's shifted a lot.
Every game has COD, Apex,
Yeah.
everything. Counter-Strike. Professional plays got cheaters. Content creators have come out about cheating. Oop, forgot to picked up the wrong screen in my OBS. You guys got to see
What
my
did
wall hacks.
Clara do?
Yeah.
Clara was on my computer.
Classic.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, so I
Ugh.
think that's a thing. So yeah, go look at COD lobby chats. No, I mean, I think that's a legitimate thing. Like,
Get shit on.
yeah, I just think it's crazy to like make major changes to your game to fight cheating instead of just having any cheat. Like combating it in the game. It's the first game I've really, really thought about. It's like gone hard on we're gonna prevent quote unquote cheaters by hurting all of our legit, 95, 98, 99% of our player base that's legit. We're gonna punish them because of a couple bad people. Like I hate that mentality. Like when a few ruin it for everybody else, and that's the way that it feels here, and it really leaves like a sour taste in my mouth. Because like, it was like COD didn't deal with it for a while, and then finally they did with Warzone. Like it took them forever to get anti-cheat. And a bunch of people, they lost a lot of players in their game because of it. And so they've reaped what they've sown. But I mean, I feel like their anti-cheat now, from everything that I've seen, is better than what a lot of companies are trying to use. Valorant has pretty much the best anti-cheat around. They developed themselves, and I don't think they're sharing with anybody how they did it. I have no idea. But right, did they not stop you from dropping certain items in Tarkov to combat cheating? Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, can't drop keys for your friends anymore to combat cheating. Made everybody else's lives miserable at the beginning of life. I bought keys this wipe that I wouldn't normally have bought because somebody would have just dropped me the key, or because I was like, I'm going to help my community try to get tasks done on community day for these crappy tasks that you can't get keys for, so we can try to get disease history done.
I would be completely fine with this game getting rid of the flea market altogether. When it comes to like looting and finding these items that are required for questing, if the keys weren't ridiculous for some of the quests to find, um,
Did any of you
I feel
guys
like
play before Flea? Sorry to interrupt.
yeah,
Kevin.
I did. What
Did
was
you?
it, like 5 wipes ago before Flea? 5?
I think so. I don't
Something
know.
like that?
All like mushed together.
Yeah.
I was just curious if that
And
like
they're never going to take it
arm
away.
bars-
Nope,
They
I didn't.
won't. They won't. Uh, question for the group: do you guys? Okay, so what I realized over time of playing Tarkov is I don't actually like the end wipe experience as much as the beginning of the wipe, and I would almost prefer a more hardcore style as the game is, finished product end game, which is no flea market. You can only barter for items that you need for quests or whatever with traders and things like that. Um, and continuing that feeling of like I'm running around with shit guns with shit ammo, but I end up making it out with
Right.
the loot, a couple kills and stuff. Like that feeling of that min max feeling. You just don't get that like
Oh.
throughout the wipe, and the flea market kind of shifts that because you can basically just get what you want and what you need. Like I'd love to be using some jank ass guns like mid wipe just because like that's what I had in my inventory,
Yep.
right? Like everybody that does the like Pestiles, like, or I don't know if it's Pestiles or
Any of the
it
hardcore
was
challenges.
yeah, the hardcore Deadly Slob, I think maybe he was the one that created an initial idea of that.
There was the snowball challenge. Was it
Snowball was
Right.
Lupo, I think.
Lupo?
Where you use what you get and continue on, right? So like that for me feels like that's what the heart of Tarkov is it's not what
Yeah.
it is right now, really.
No,
Right.
I 100% agree. Like that Tarkov was crazy. Like you weren't like going ham through all the quests because you're like constantly on the search for everything.
Right.
Like you were
Mhm.
constantly looking for keys. You were checking all like the specific key spawns. Like you would like go into the bus by tunnel and you're like, is 301 there? No. Okay, keep going. Like
Right.
like
And you had to
it was
learn
cool
that
that you
stuff,
were
right?
yeah, you had to learn that stuff. You had to walk around the maps and try scavenge that stuff. And also like if you wanted like good gear early on, like you just had to look for it. Like you had to search and like I think I was watching a podcast recently where they were talking about like Smoke would go in with he would go in with a gun with no dust cover, no foregrip or flashlights or anything on the handguard, and no suppressor because he would go into a raid and he would try to grab as much as he can to like get those things on his gun. And like that kind of Tarkov is just like that's the kind of Tarkov I want to play personally.
Same.
I love that shit. Like I'd love to not super focus on quests. Like obviously I'd like to try them, but like to be like, oh, I found this key, I can finally do this, or I can finally do this quest. Like
Yeah.
like that feeling I haven't had in years. Like and
Right.
and you kind of get like a little bit of that with like all the barter items you find when you're early wipe and you're like, holy shit, I got a backpack full of like garbage.
Yeah.
But it's all garbage
Yeah.
that you want.
Oh my
And,
god, when
yeah.
you get that
Such a good
seventh knife and you can trade it for a UMP and you're like, "Oh my goodness, I am so far ahead of everybody." I mean, you have to do you
Yeah.
could do hardcore for it, but if you the thing that stinks about hardcore about having that early wipe feeling versus hardcore is like I could be doing hardcore right now and then here comes Super Chad running along with the slick and he's like,
Yeah.
see you later, and then runs away and I'm like, "Oh, well, that was fun." Like, if everybody's on the same playing field, it's a lot more fun. If you're like, I'm
Yeah.
on that playing field and I've got to trying to kill people with Altons and Zabralos on, and I'm not going to be able to kill them, then it's just frustrating. And then it kind of takes the fun out of it because you're really going up like a, a 20,
You're
80%
scaling
loss.
a vertical cliff.
Yeah. Where it's like, if it's a little bit more even, it's great. Like, that's why when, like, I know one of the things that Clean did talk about is, like, there's going to be, like, a hardcore character, or, like, a forever progression character, and a seasonal character. And I think that fixes a lot of that. Some things that might fix some of that is the player base, and I know people talk about less people are going to play Tarkov, is when Arena comes out, what Arena looks like, maybe less people play Tarkov. Maybe that's a good thing. For the people that want that more hardcore experience, maybe it provides that. I don't know. Maybe it takes away some of those hardcore PvPers. But the thing is, I also hope that it provides those people that are missing that PvP right now, the outlet for it in the game system, because it is the best game system ever that people like. You know, like,
Yeah.
the gunplay in Tarkov is the best when your hits land and get counted. No, but I mean the gunplay in Tarkov is pretty much second to none. And I've played enough games. COD's not like it. The closest thing, in my opinion, that was close to Tarkov gunplay was PUBG. And PUBG was riddled with its own problems and stuff that it took them forever as a development company to get rid of all their cheater problems and everything else. They were cheaters every game when you played that game. So, I mean, bring that into an arena format. Maybe it gives the PvPers, the labs people, what they want to do. So we've been at it for like 3 hours. Anybody in chat have any questions they want to ask? I'll give you guys.
Mr. Armbar so damn sexy.
I mean, it's just born that way, I think.
Ask my parents. I don't know.
Ask his parents.
I'm not gonna send the message, but I was typing in chat, "How is Armbars so handsome?" And that's why I was laughing when you said in the process of typing that. Everyone needs to know.
Someone mentioned
still
labs
wearing that
cards. Someone mentioned labs cards earlier, and I think that they need to make some changes with lab stuff, in my opinion.
Yeah.
In what way?
The cards and So I think
great comments in chat right now.
yeah, I think they need to make some comments. Like getting into labs, okay. They could probably make those a little bit cheaper, the cards that you buy from Therapist. But I do think that the colored cards should be, now that you really can't, you're not getting them anywhere. They should be a little bit more attainable for people to actually go and play that map, so they can actually get the loot behind those rooms. Because what else is the point of going there right now? I found a violet, which you can craft a violet as well. And yeah, you go there for the guide, and farm raiders for XP if you want. But like to actually like play the map labs, like how many people do you know have red card right now? I don't know anybody. I don't know anybody. Like you can barter for every single card in lab should have a barter. Barter might not necessarily be easy, but it should be attainable, and I feel like every colored key card should have a barter behind it. If you're gonna charge me money to go in there and I can't get my loot back out, then at least let me, when I do go in there and survive, let me hit all the rooms, if it's possible. If I'm on my game and it's uncontested and I can loot run it, or I win, I'm the champion of labs, I've killed all the other players, let me go loot all the rooms.
I think that the game could benefit a lot if they literally made a barter for everything like that. Like everything has a barter option, even if it's pretty nutty. I don't know.
I don't know how that would work. If without Flea, I agree.
Yes,
with Flea,
without
I don't
Flea.
know if I
That's
agree.
what I meant. That's what I meant. Going back to that, but I just, man, my image of this game and what I feel like people would enjoy is like, you still maintain some grindiness if I know that I need 10 bronze lions and a bunch of other stuff to get a red key card, right?
But like make a red key card.
And,
make a red key card barter, like something similar to getting like a thick case. You know,
exactly. Like
it's
then
hard.
I have something that I can tangibly grind for. I'm still on the game. The devs are keeping me in the game so that I can work towards something instead of like a random spawn for, a key that I'm never gonna get. You guys know that I haven't gotten a red key card ever.
Same.
I've gotten one.
Ever.
I've gotten one.
I'm only 4 wipes, so you guys are longer. So
one violet card.
I got one
I've
extra
ever
wipe.
found.
2.
3.
I found 2 violets and
okay, you don't have to brag about it, Sealable. You know what? Like
2 blues, like whatever, dude. Okay.
I've never found a blue, never found a green.
If it makes you feel better, the red that I found was on Gluhar's body a week before wipe.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
dude,
I posted a TikTok on it, and the comments were like, a week before wipe. And this wipe was like, we had no idea if it was wiping or not. Like, people were like, I think so. And I was like, yeah, maybe. And then that mother came back and it's like, I told you 1 week, you dumb.
I'll
tell
you what.
I'll tell you
can I answer
what,
one?
boy.
Can I answer one in the chat here?
Yeah.
Caliber was asking, do you think the ultra competitive people are like that because it can be monetized through streaming now? And I would just say to look at somebody like Aqua, because he's not the best player around, but he's super entertaining. And I don't think you need to be the best Tarkov player to pick up a lot of views. If you're entertaining in other ways, like educational, informative, good at the game, funny, whatever. But I don't think that is driving competitiveness in the game. I think we see a lot of tournaments and stuff like that because people start to get bored and they it's just competitive nature of gamers. Like
Right.
we want to compete and do that. So
I would say even some of the most cracked people that we know at that we've seen on Tarkov that stream aren't even in competitive tournaments and stuff. They have like no interest
yeah,
in it.
true.
They're like,
Yeah.
I'd rather
Yep.
just do my own thing or create content for people.
Yep. It's about the
so-
content, right? Overall, just however you make it. But
yeah,
I think it's not even Tarkov specific. It's kind of just streaming in general. A lot
Right.
of the time,
Yeah.
like the people that are successful are people who are like. There's some people who aren't super funny or anything, but they're incredible like at whatever they do. Like it doesn't have to be Tarkov. It's any game. There's people
Yeah.
that are super successful because they're funny, and then there's people that are like somewhere in between, you know, or people who are like really informative and helpful.
right,
Like
informative. Yeah,
it's not Tarkov specific at all.
yeah.
true.
I like Alexis's idea. Said make a single use item that could pass a key card scanner, like a one use like hack, so you could get into rooms that you could get. I think that would be cool.
Like a little lockpick.
Yeah, like which they did
Yeah.
talk about lockpicks. They did. I know they've talked about lockpicks, but I would
It's
like
a
to see
skill,
like
right?
a scanner, whatever you want to call it, scanner
Yeah.
hacking device or something like that you could get. Or even one that like you could bring in your slot, your free slot, like your compass slot or whatever
Yeah.
you want to call them, that you could use, but you can only get one try. And if it didn't work, it didn't work, and it was just kind of random. Like sometimes you'd walk in and be like, "All right, let me try to swipe it on the black card room," and then it would be like, yeah, it opened," or "it didn't work this time. Okay, move on to the next one." Something like that could be cool in the game, just to allow people to use like labs is. I've played labs, and labs has typically been the Chad map. I think it's less now, but I think it's still reserved to Chad, the quote unquote Chads of the game, because of the high cost and the high risk, high reward. So people are afraid to do it. Make it a little bit less. So make it seem like it's a little bit less. Encourage
I
more
feel
people
like they're
to go
more
there.
afraid of hackers.
Yeah, but I
I'm more
don't.
afraid of the players.
Yeah, the players. I mean,
honestly, my lab's engagement has been so low because of how people have talked about hackers
Right.
in that map specifically. So I just
Yeah,
have not gone.
same.
The risk and reward, the risk, like for a LEDX, I can make the cost of a LEDX in 2 scav raids. So like, why would I go to labs to farm all the loot there?
There's so many layers too, like barriers of entry. There's like you got to buy the card. That's the first
Right.
barrier,
Yep.
right? The second barrier is okay. Now I can't insure my kit, so
Mhm.
I'm
Well,
risking
you can
like losing
if you're an
my
idiot
kit.
like me,
Well, yeah,
which
yeah.
I've done that. So
Yeah,
fine, it's no big deal. I mean,
yeah,
I've never done that.
No, I do it all the time. It's just like instinct, right? You just hit
Yeah,
insure. But like that's another thing is like you're risking now, like you'll never get that kit back if you die. So it's like another layer, and then there's the map itself, which is like all the like good players go there, all the hackers go there, and it's like to get past all those barriers, is that worth it to me, or do I
Right.
just
And
go
then
to a
there's-
map that's free to go to
Right.
that I can insure my kit on and
Right.
probably
And then there's
make
the other
as much money as I
barrier
would?
of majority of the good loot is locked behind a closed door, which you need an item for. Unlock.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of layers there, and I'd like to see some of those be peeled back. You know?
Yeah.
like this makes me think about the conversation of like, okay, Nikita has a vision for what he wants the game to be and game, right? And we've said it at the very beginning of this whole podcast, is like he's going to do what he wants to do. He wants to add a gun, he's going to add a gun. And we get that that's a thing. This is where where community feedback, I really feel like this helps games thrive long term, where the community does have some influence in what happens with the game, especially when people are essentially, when you think about this, going back to what we said about getting what you pay for, right? We would all agree, like if we were saying like $1 an hour, we've already gotten way more than our money's worth, right? But at the same time, we are kind of game testers for them. Well, it's in beta, right? We're doing a lot of the testing for them
And promoters. We're showing the game to other people.
Exactly. But we paid to be that for the company in a way, right? We're getting some enjoyment out of it, but our feedback is a huge thing. For what happens too is like obviously the devs need to maintain their vision, and it's easy when there's a lot of voices influencing. You got to tune that stuff out to stay on track, right? That's what they need to do. But there's something to say about balancing that with what people are saying, and like long term, you want to maintain what player base you have and continue to bring in new people. Is some of these things are really important. I think we're talking about, which is like, don't gatekeep. Like labs feels like it's complete. I didn't play labs for 3 wipes because of a lot of these things that we're talking about now,
Yeah.
which there's a little bit of adjustments that have happened, but like a key card's not nearly as ridiculous anymore to get, right? But it still feels like, why would I do that?
All
Like,
goes
why
back to
would
the
I go
risk
there?
versus reward, and now like
Right.
the reward isn't that great because either you're going to deal with cheaters, so you get 0 reward, or a lot of the people have been pretty vocal of that labs isn't what it used to be. The loot's just not there anymore, or it's so hard to get the key cards, so you can't get the loot, so it's not worth going.
Yeah.
It's not worth risking seeing a cheater, or even risk running into some of the more chatty players because I'm not going to get anything out of it, you know.
Mhm.
So yeah, I think that the reward part of that versus the risk just doesn't seem worth it for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Also, I
Labs
feel
looks
like
terrifying. Yeah.
I feel like they stripped away like a lot of the stuff that made labs special when they added raiders to reserve too. Like part of the cool thing about labs, like back in the day, was like, oh, I can go into this was when labs was free. You can go into labs and like face tap a raider with a pistol and take his like cool kit, right? And then they bring reserve where it's like, oh well, actually, then they made labs not free. So then you're like, okay, well, I gotta pay some, but I can go there and get like these cool kits from the AI. And then now they have rogues and raiders on other maps that are free to go to, and loot house and reserve both have crazy loot too, like within the map. So it's like, what? Why would I go to labs? I don't know.
It'd be cool if they made, I'm just, my mind is just going all over the place with stuff like ideas and stuff like some way. I mean, I guess it is sort of like this already, where there's certain types of loot that you'll find on each different map, right? But there would be something to say about having an item that is kind of locked to a map, right? Like you're only going to find LEDXs on labs, right? And now I have an incentive because there is a quest that I have early
Yeah.
on where I've got to turn one in, so I know I've got to go to labs to get that item. And given they do have more specific map, there, Shoreline, you could find one. Stashes are a thing, right? Too, where you could find these things, but I don't know. I go back and forth about it, about having like certain types of specific items locked to a single map, right? Makes me want to go to that map.
There's plenty of
Right.
times where I play my own devil's advocate. I'm like, why don't they do this? And I'm like, wait, what would that
Yeah.
mean for everything else? Yeah, there's definitely some serious times where I do that kind of stuff.
I get the idea of locking labs behind a card. I'm also like, just get rid of the card. Get some of that. Like, it just
Yeah.
feels so far removed from the other maps. Like, to the point where a person like me and a lot of people that I think have even said in chat, like, I don't go to labs. Like, why would you want that? Why would
Right.
you don't want that?
Well, the best
Like, I
performing
understand the risk and reward, but-
map in the entire game, nobody goes there.
Yeah.
And if a lot more people went there, a lot less people would be complaining about cheaters because there'd be a lot more people playing it. So the less often you run into cheaters, and you'd have some good PvP, and people wouldn't whine and complain. They'd be like, "Yo, I go to labs and I get some good PvP. The game performance is good. I feel like I don't get as much desync, or they'd be happier with it." Yeah, I could see like promoting labs, making it easier would be great. So, but we'll see. I don't think that'll never happen.
Caleb's thinking hard right now about what we're talking about, Dad.
I'm just not talking. That's all.
No, you should add to it.
I am so for the change for like labs key cards not being on the flea and like it being special, but I also 100% don't go to labs and agree with what you're saying. So that's why I'm not saying anything.
Right, but being your own devil's
It's
advocate.
like I don't go to labs because I feel like it's not worth it. But I also don't want it to be free because I feel like that's all what people are gonna run. So
Right.
Yeah.
like, I want it to be what I want it to be a special experience. I want it to be like I wish the key card was more expensive, but the loot was crazy. That's what I want.
Make the
guess.
key card
without
expensive.
the like
Right.
loot being
Yeah.
behind locked
Right.
rooms and stuff. Like I want
Make
it to
the
be
reward
like,
so
"Holy shit,
great
This yeah, exactly.
that you'll take the risk to go there.
Yeah, exactly.
I would, but here's my only thing about that is like the rewards. Okay, that's great, but like just the experience of like here's the one thing that I would say is like all they have to do is do one thing to make it feel a little bit more special, which is the cost to get there and keep the loot the same. Like that's it. So like make the cost and then allow me to insure my gear because I'm already spending something to go there. Right? Like all of the things that you listed when it comes to risk and reward, the cost to get there, the keys you need to use that are gatekeeping high tier loot. Change any one of those things to make it a little bit more accessible and that map becomes more played, I think. You know.
Yeah. It's just like I feel like it's one or the other. It's like it's either the popping map that everyone plays, which I'm equally disincentivized to play as if it's like costing too much or whatever, because all the crazy best players are on that map. So I feel like in that case I'm also not gonna go in there as much. I don't know. I'm just sorry, my brain is also just
it's firing
super ADHD. All right, we'll get off the labs thing. I think a bigger reward, bigger payout would be good. Because you used to be able to get it, and even now you can't because of weight system. So there's a lot of changes that have happened. System malfunction asked, 2 wipes in. What do we think about doing like a solo only mode? Because they get wiped by squads a lot. We give newer players a chance to learn the game without not worrying about running into a squad. So that's an interesting question. And if solos queued in together, I think that would be good, but it would probably be a much slower queue. You have to be prepared to be in queue for like 8 minutes if you were a solo player, if you only wanted to play against solos.
My only pushback with that, I get the thought behind that. My only pushback with that is that if you truly understand like what Tarkov is about with risk and reward, and then also how low of information you have as a player solo, and what kind of comms are happening within squads when they're fighting other people, being a solo player has a lot more advantages than it in Tarkov than it does in a game like Call of Duty, where you can actually use the fact that you're playing against squads to your advantage because they're muddying their comms, they're muddying their audio with all of the steps and stuff like that. I'm not saying it's easy to kill a squad as a solo by any stretch of the imagination, but I do think you can play this game solo and be very successful.
I mean, a lot of people do. I've played solo more this way
as you learn
ever.
the game.
Yeah.
And killing duos and killing trios. It's not impossible. It definitely is difficult, but it takes time to get to the point where you can manage that and understand what you're up against, right?
Yeah. That is the one thing that I like struggle with playing other games is like in games where like say it's trios and I lost both my teammates, like the numbers game I feel is like way stronger on those games than it is on Tarkov. Like obviously you can get ruined by a squad because they have everything covered, but like I feel like it's more viable playing solo than a lot of other similar games that I've played personally.
I think that if there was a solo mode, this is what would happen because this is what happens in games. There'd be some guy that's level 65 and he'd be having a bad day in Tarkov and he's like, you know what, I'm gonna go solo queue, because I think a lot of solo queue would be like maybe slower players or newer players, and he's like, I'm gonna go stomp on some Timmies, and he would W key around the map, all geared out, and just dumpster on a bunch of other solo players because he's got 8,000 hours in the game and he's already got all of the best loot. And I think that wouldn't be a fun experience, and I think that it would happen all the time. I think there would be people that are like, yo, or people would try to take advantage of the solo system where they're like, hey, let's pick one server and the three of us queue in as solo, but then act as a team. And I think that the solo
could
system
see
would
that
get
happening.
exploited. Like, yo, let's go in as
Yeah.
Chads, and then just we're all in Discord and we're gonna go dumpster on some solos. And I think that would
Yeah.
happen, and they would take their loot because there's three of them. And I think stuff like that would happen all the time, and that solo system would get abused. I think that's the only problem. I get the idea, and I like the idea for new players, but that's like the thing is this game doesn't have a tutorial. That's the way Tarkov is. If they were gonna put a solo mode in for new players, then they might as well just put a tutorial mode in and say, here's your tutorial character. You're gonna go to customs, and these are the missions you have to do, and these are tutorial missions they teach you how to play the game. They don't want that. That's not their vision. And I think that's the thing with the solo mode. It is very frustrating learning how to play solo. I learned this game solo all by myself. I didn't have anybody teaching me. I started on Shoreline and I just played Shoreline. I played Shoreline. When I started to learn how to play Shoreline, I wanted to learn a new map. So every time I had a scav up, I ran reserve, and that was the next map that I learned. And that's how I learned all the maps. And it was tough. And, I died. I lived. Killing big squads, no. But did I kill a 2-man and be so super excited and so full of adrenaline? Yeah. I think that if there's a way to exploit something, you have to consider that somebody's going to exploit it. If you try to make the game, dumb down the game, or make it easier for somebody, and somebody's going to exploit the fact that you're doing it, that's just the nature of games.
Somebody asked in chat, do you think any MMR system would help or hurt the game?
It would hurt the
People
game.
will abuse it the same way. I mean, they could do 20 raids before their stream, let's just say, and just purposely die, drop their MMR, and then go on stream and destroy everybody because they're getting put in bot lobbies.
Yeah.
Or
I
group
think
up with their friend that's got
Tarkov's-
low MMR, or
Yeah.
Tarkov's nature is unknown in all
Yep.
aspects,
Yeah.
including
Yeah.
their development.
and what's the MMR base?
But-
How are you going to base an MMR? Like, what are you going to base that MMR off of? It's really difficult to base an MMR off of because you've got
Survival
AI,
rate,
Total
bosses,
overall ruble value.
right?
per-
So it's like it's a hard thing to add an MMR system into it.
Yeah.
Only
I
way
feel
to
like
have
that's
a
set up
so
as like
far out of the
competitive
realm of
other
where
games like
Tarkov's
Call
at,
of Duty
right
or something like that.
arena.
Yeah.
Sure, arena. They can have that.
Yeah. Arena,
like,
100%.
And
but-
there's no really open. You got to consider this. Even though you're going into a match, in a general sense, Tarkov is an open world sandbox. You can do whatever you want. You don't have to do the tasks. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
So you can't put an MMR. You can't put an MMR on that because there's 1,700 different ways to play the game. In
Yeah, I was
Call of
also
Duty,
gonna-
there's one way.
I was going to use that same argument for the solo versus squads too, about it being like an open world. Like, it's not open world, but it's like a sandbox, right? Like DayZ, you never know if it's a single. You don't know if it's a solo or a squad or what. Like, it also thrives on that unknown as well.
Yeah.
You know?
System on time played.
Yeah.
Meh. Same thing.
Yeah.
Especially when
Be
you,
thousands of hours in and still
right. I'm a
be a
potato.
potato like me. So.
Yeah.
I was going to say,
Potato squad rise up.
Hi, me.
that's me. Hey.
And then there's people
Didn't see
that,
there.
that came like there's people that I know that are like were like semi pros at other games, and they like 50 hours in a Tarkov, and they're running around killing 5-man squads because they're just really good at shooters. They would abuse the snot out of all the new players. Like, it just doesn't matter at that point.
Well, I think people in chat are looking for a way to get the game to bend to them a little bit, and like you guys are saying, there's really no hand holding. It's just going to be a matter, like, you will get better at the game the more time you put into it.
Right.
And it's a lot about knowledge. So if you're feeling like you're getting dookied on and you're not doing very well, like, just it's paying your dues in this game. Like, you have to keep going, and you will get better at it.
We were all there.
The-
Everybody was there. Like that.
Yeah.
And the
I like what Dev
like-
said.
Go ahead.
Dev in chat just said, tension of the unknown and the danger
Unknown.
are essential to the Tarkov vibe. If you didn't
You
have
need
that,
to get killed and not know where and how and why multiple times to make this game as enjoyable as it is. If you
Yeah.
don't have that, that you lose what Tarkov's essence is. And that's what makes it special, is not knowing things.
Right.
It
Like
sounds
not
terrible,
knowing, not knowing what
but
the devs
that
are going
is
to
what.
do, not knowing if
Yeah, I
somebody's
know. Like
cheating.
they are really milking that essence, bro.
Nice callback. Nice callback.
You know, but that's what makes it feel so much more rewarding, is because, like I said at the beginning, we are in a society that thrives on instant gratification, and you don't get that with this game. And I think that I think people inherently know that the things we work for the most are ultimately the most rewarding and gratifying. And most games don't make you work for what the rewards you might get. Loot box this, loot box that. I got my heirloom. I've got the new
Right, yeah.
skin. Like, like you're getting something after every single match. No, this game, you will die. If you play for 6 hours, you will die every single raid except for maybe one. And even in that one, you were actually scavenging and you were just looting around, and then you got out. And you need to die all day to be reminded that you will not always win. And that's why the next day when you turn on Tarkov and you get out with a GPU that you found randomly, it feels that much more special, and you want to turn on the game again and again and again. It's because you lived for that moment. Well, I should say you died for that moment,
Yeah.
And that's what makes the game great, is to not know what's going to happen.
Right. Tarkov's got
And
the
then
highest
I'm
highs and the
sold. I'm
lowest
buying
lows.
the game now, Evan. I'm buying
Right?
the game, dude. You just sold
Nikita,
me.
sign me up. I'm your PR. Let's go.
There you go. But no, I mean, it's got the highest highs. It's got the lowest lows. I've never played a game that's more rewarding. It's unfortunate because I do feel like some of the highest highs they've taken away with the anti-RMT stuff, like finding a red card or a violet or whatever. Like that excitement is kind of gone a little bit. I used the
Can someone
analogy
jack
earlier.
up the cost of Bitcoin, for the love of God?
Well, they had to reduce it because
I
Bitcoin
can't
went back
remember the
up.
last time-
They don't.
I know.
Yeah, they messed it all.
I can't remember the last time I found a Bitcoin, actually.
I can't. Yeah, it's been a long time. I found a bunch at the beginning of wipe. I haven't found them a long. I found one in like last month.
I got my Bitcoin farm going. I got all this Bitcoin I'm sitting on, and it keeps going down. It's 105K right now.
It's not gonna go up. Not gonna go up.
I know it's not going to go up, but what do I do? Just get another weapons case? Ugh.
Yeah, more weapons.
Weapons case number 12. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 850 per bit. Yeah, so like they're so static on IRL stuff in the game. I think tying the in-game economy to the real world economy is a cool concept, but it's bad.
It's a cool concept, but
it doesn't
it
feel
work.
relevant anymore.
Yeah.
They just need to set a price for Bitcoin now. I feel like
Or have it in a range,
right?
Yeah.
Like a set range or something. But yeah,
or
fluctuating like that is.
If they're gonna have that mechanic, have it not bound to hideout. Like if it's just something you find in a raid,
yeah,
then
it's
you can keep it as the value in real life, because it's not something that has cost associated with getting that item.
Yeah.
It's just like, if it's doing well in the real world, it's worth a lot. If it's not worth as much, but it's still 100K. You just found something that's 100K. But
because it's the only item that functions around something IRL, it feels weird. It just doesn't make sense without the other aspects of the game having any.
If all the rest of the items in the game, the price fluctuated based on the Bitcoin price, that would be more realistic. But it doesn't do that. So therefore, it doesn't make any sense.
You would think GPUs would change. They really haven't.
Right.
What are they going for? Like 280 right now?
Yeah. My lean was thinking, how much did they go for when Bitcoin was worth a lot?
$1 million.
Remember, to be honest.
$1 million. They're going for $1 million a piece.
And they have kind of changed, with that, but that's probably the only item.
The in-game economy is terrible in Tarkov right now. I feel like the in-game economy is super bad. And I know we were like trying to take questions, but the in-game economy is bad in this game. I just feel like it's terrible. I feel like it's not balanced. I feel like because they tied stuff to real world, or because they made changes to slow down the economy, and then things changed. And it really hinges on like Bitcoin. They made all those changes in Hideout to slow people down from getting too many Bitcoins, so they could slow down the amount of money that they had to progress the wipe, because too many people had too much money. That was like 3 wipes ago when Bitcoin was 850K. and they did the changes with the Tetrises. One Tetris wasn't a Bitcoin anymore. They changed it to 2 Tetrises and 2 green batteries. And then they changed the cost of fuel, so you couldn't get as much fuel. And they reduced the amount of fuel that spawned on the maps. And they did so many things to slow down Bitcoin when the Bitcoin was doing good. And then they've left all those changes. It's whatever the equivalent of 25 million rubles to get solar farm now. When before that, it was like 6. Because before that, Bitcoin was like 200K when I started playing, which was still great. But so they jacked everything up to slow down the economy because they didn't want to adjust Bitcoin because they were so dead set on having Bitcoin be tied to real world pricing that they let their in-game economy get ruined by it. And then they tried to band-aid it instead of just admitting that they needed to adjust the cost of Bitcoin. And then eventually they couldn't fix it. So they adjusted the point of the Bitcoin price, and they've never touched it since then, and they never reverted any of the changes. So you either do what you did before and be like, look, Bitcoin is worth garbage now. Like, we need, like, I think a set scale or a set price is where it needs to be. I think almost to this point, make a set price because you need to manage your in-game economy. Because if Bitcoin tomorrow pops off and Bitcoins go back up to 800K, we go back into that thing where all of a sudden GPUs go up to 880K again. So it just set the price. So the economy stays the same, and you don't have to change anything. You just change prices on certain items, get rid of that X factor, and then revert all the changes so it makes sense. I didn't build a Bitcoin farm this wipe because it's not worth the money. I'm going to get 1 Bitcoin a day with 25 GPUs, and it doesn't even cover the cost of the fuel. So either lower the cost of the fuel to the point and make it back so you could get. You guys remember you used to full farm? It was 3 GPUs, or at 25 you used to get 3 Bitcoins a day. If you went to 50, you'd get 4. That's the way it used to be. Give me 3 Bitcoins a day again, because now they're only worth 100K, and let me get 300K, and then I'll spend 100K on whatever fuel. Sure, fine. I'll do that.
Yeah, it's true. They could just alter that time to bake one, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Very easy. You know? Or set an astronomical price for it. You know, like whatever, just fix the price and adjust it. They made it to the point where they wanted to like have this flexible, cool gimmick in their game, and it ruined their economy. It really did. Because people had so much money that red cards went up. At one point during that craze, when people rushed Bitcoin farm and it was 850K, dude, I remember red cards going for 100 million rubles on the market. Because so many people had so much money, they were like, I'm sitting on like hundreds of millions. I'm going to get 100 million in a few days. I'm going to have 50 of it back. Because of my Bitcoin farm, let alone me just farming money because it was easy to come by. Or me finding Bitcoins or GPUs. Because GPUs were selling for $1 million. So people were just interchange slamming for like, I found 10 GPUs today. Well, that's 10 million rubles. Plus, I got another 1.5 million or 2 million for my Bitcoins and whatever. Yeah, I'll buy a red card for 100 million. I'll make that in a couple days. No big deal. So they let that cool gimmick destroy their game or destroy the game's economy. And then on top of destroying the game economy, they put the anti-RMT thing on top of it. I feel like that's been really rough. Just figure it out, set the in-game economy where you want it to be, and then just go from there. Stop bringing variables into the game. Stop trying to fix things by jacking up the prices and all that stuff. Like, try to have some sort of scale. It makes no rhyme or reason to me with the changes that they make. Like, we don't like these guns. We're going to raise the price on them. And it's like, well, you know what? People are still buying them because they have too much money. So now we're going to limit how many you can buy. But hey, we're all still going to keep it super expensive. It's like, well, why? You already limited it. Just put a finite number on things.
Mm-hmm.
It's like real stubbornness when it comes to that stuff. And it's because they're computer developers and not economists.
Economists, yeah.
So Bowtie, who's been on the podcast before, told me that he's big into EVE Online. He said EVE Online had a really bad in-game economy and said that the game developer actually hired an economist group to come in and fix their economy in EVE Online because they knew what they were doing and said, these are the trends in what your game's going on. This is how you fix it so it's a healthy economy on a game sense. Battlestate could do the same thing. Any game could do that. World of Warcraft had that issue for a while.
Battlestate does like band-aid fixes on everything without doing the full deep dive into the ramifications that are going to happen. So like they're like, oh, this is super broken right now, so we're going to do this band-aid fix to make that not as broken, which then turns this barter or all these barters and stuff like not worth it, or the exact opposite, makes these barters like cracked and everyone's doing it. And
Right.
like I feel like they're just constantly like, then they're like, oh shit, that barter sucks, band-aid, and then it breaks something
Right.
else. Like
Right. They're like, let's double
they
the
don't
barter. And then they're like,
yeah,
okay,
they
well,
don't have like the whole picture, and it's really hard. Like I'm not gonna say that it's sit here and say it's easy to like
Right.
capture everything,
right.
like the crafts and like all the barters on the traders and like all that stuff. Like there's a lot of variables that come into account, but yeah, it's rough.
I always like to use
Some
the
of
Bitcoin one.
what I wish is like, this is just a random thought that came into my mind, is like, if you look at Activision and Call of Duty, for example, if you were to come up to me and be like, dude, Activision, they don't care about money. They just care about their players. I'd be like, okay. Like, I would laugh at that, right? Because this is a AAA developer. It's like, at least if you go into the game, you love Call of Duty, you love what you've loved the franchise for years, but don't, like, obviously they've added things now that you can buy over and over and over. They're doing things to make money on top of selling, on top of their free game, skins, events, all this stuff. And people play it. Like they'll play it, they enjoy it, whatever. And then there's Tarkov, which is like the opposite, in my opinion, in the sense of like PR, marketing, trying to make money to do things to get people to buy and play the game.
They're the anti-COD.
They're like, we do whatever the hell we want to do. If you like it, that's great. If you don't, we don't care. So, and I wish there was a little bit more meeting in the middle of those two styles of business, right? Where like do some things that still remind us that this is a video game, right? I want the realism. Don't get rid of that. Don't make all these massive changes. I don't mind inertia personally. I don't mind those things. There's some places where they've gone a little too far. I wish I could have leveled my endurance at a little bit better. Like, don't punish me for having a ton of loot. Like, just because I'm strength training doesn't mean I'm not using my cardio when I'm trying to run an extraction, right? But I wish that they would meet a little bit more, not even in the middle, but just a little bit more on the PR and the marketing, and do some things that are fun. Let me buy some skins in the game. I'd pay for that. I don't know what you guys think about stuff like that, or maybe make the
unicorn gun skin. I want
Thank
it.
you. That's all
Dude,
I want.
I'm all
Cat ear
I'm
headphones.
all for the cosmetics.
Yes, please and thank you.
People have been like really up in arms on podcasts about like whether they want it or not. I'm like, yo, but like, what if it was like, I think with cosmetic stuff, they should do like every wipe should have like a special thing that you could grind towards after you get Kappa or something like that, where it's like, yo, like there's I don't want to grind tracksuit every time. Like, let me grind like a skin that's like seasonal. Like each wipe has its own cool skin that you could grind towards with a question or accomplishments.
Once and then always wear it.
Right.
Then on.
Nikita says he'll never have microtransactions. Is that what?
Right.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
what
fine. I'm just saying, like, I
same
get
thing.
that's Nikita. That's my whole point. My whole point is just like, Nikita, I get it. You're gonna do what you want, but I'm just saying, like, at the end of the day, this is a video game, right? So, I want to see the game thrive. I want to see the game be successful, and it has been, honestly. It has been, even in beta for as long as it's been. It's been very successful. But I'm not even talking about microtransactions per se. I'm saying like remembering some element of fun in the game, right? And not it being as serious as maybe as it is now. I'm not saying we want gamer tags. I'm not saying I want, all these other things that are like all these other games, but I'm saying some element of fun outside of the game itself. Like, it'd be cool. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I don't want to spend 9 million rubles on whatever the Ragman's selling for
Yeah, to get it for a few months to then lose it. Yeah, no, I know. That's
Right.
that's yeah,
You know,
that's the crazy. Give us. It would be cool to get
give
some
me
like
like
more permanent things that you unlock and you carry from wipe to wipe. I would like
I
to
don't
see
know
that.
what that would be.
Yeah.
That would be a great idea from wipe to wipe. Like it might not be something that impacts the gameplay, but something just fun that you can say, I've earned this from playing this
Right.
wipe.
I've earned
right?
3 different colored plaid shirts. I have a different plaid shirt
Yeah.
every season that you can earn on your USEC or whatever, you know?
You said that out loud. it
Hawaiian
sounds real
shirt win
ridiculous.
in game.
I don't know. We're working on it. We're working on it. Hawaiian shirt, New Balances. It's
Yeah.
a whole kit and caboodle.
Yeah.
All right, let's wrap that up. Wrap it up. And
It was a good
Alright.
time.
it was a good time. It was a good
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
We didn't even really get
Yeah.
to the whole weight system, you know? That was one somebody mentioned like way early
Yeah.
in chat.
I mean, I
Yeah.
feel like the weight system, it's been around for a while, hasn't really changed. I don't feel like it's super. I mean,
I know endurance leveling sucks.
yeah, I mean the
Yeah.
weight system is rough,
Yeah.
but you know,
Maybe
hold on.
one day it'll get fixed.
Well, I'm good
We'll
right
just
now.
have to wait. Sorry.
I'm sick of waiting. That was another one of those things where I'm like, is it done? Are we done yet? Have we decided what the progression is going to look like for strength training and endurance training?
It was
Like,
like-
can we just
That's
decide,
true.
please?
Yeah.
It was impossible to level strength. It was so hard. Endurance, you're like, boom, max level. Then last wipe, it was like they kind of leveled in tandem. They were parallel the whole way up. And then this wipe, it's like you
It's
do
just,
not level endurance here. Not
Yeah.
the-
it's those things where like, that's where I start losing faith in the company, to be fair, where I'm like, it doesn't feel intentional. It just feels like you're messing with stuff to mess with stuff. And I
Yeah.
wanted it. Give me
Yeah.
transparency on that. Why did you do that?
Yep.
The game's been in beta for 5 years, right? 4 or 5
Right.
years.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, no, I get it.
please tell me why.
Yeah, well, because they're playing. That's the thing is they don't know why. They're like, oh, we need strength. Strength will slow down the play. It'll give us the play that
Yeah, I
we need. They're
hate
like, oh
that.
no,
I
actually, you
hate
know what?
that.
We need inertia. Inertia's gonna do
Yeah.
it. So it's like, okay,
I don't
well,
know.
you know, that's
I
you know,
hate
and I
it,
think
and I
that's
love this game.
that's the part is like, you know, like this, we didn't accomplish what we wanted to. That's fine. And then sometimes it's like we didn't accomplish what we wanted to, so we're gonna try it again more. Like, hey, we're gonna lower the strength limit even more because we want to slow down things. We want to slow down how much loot you take out. We don't want you taking your friend's loot out. No teamwork.
Yeah.
You know? So it's like it's crazy. All right.
Anyway.
We're at that time of the night. So guys, everybody here in chat.
Yeah.
Evan, where can we catch you? When can we catch you? What do you got going on in the future here on the stream?
Yep. Taking a break from Tarkov for right now. Music streams 9 to 3 Eastern, 9 a.m. to 3 Eastern. You will be playing drums and doing covers and things like that. People can request music Monday through Friday, 9 to 3.
Awesome.
Eastern.
Guys, make sure you give Evan a follow. We got his Twitch, his TikTok, and his Instagram listed there. So if you guys have those medias, go give him a follow there. I know you guys all have Twitch, so make sure you're following Evan.
Appreciate it, man.
Mr. Saleable Bag. What about you? When do you stream? What can we expect from you?
I stream Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 6 Central to 11 Central. And yeah, play a lot of Tarkov. We sometimes play Star Citizen, as you could probably tell from my ranting and raving about Star Citizen. But yeah.
All right. Awesome.
And skate,
Awesome.
right?
Oh yeah, I got like a special. Have you seen the new scene, arm bars?
No.
We're showing you the new scene. I'll DM
I
it.
saw
Is it a
to you. I'll show
PMC
you.
Good.
skating?
It's a PMC holding this
Okay.
skate deck and spinning in his hand. It's like all built like the Tarkov loading screen. It's good.
Nice.
Yeah, I play a skateboarding game while we load into raids.
All right. We got the links in the chat for Sealable Bag.
Love that.
Mr. Armbars, how about you? What's your schedule look like? What are you up to? Are you Tarkov? Are you Call of Duty baiting? What's going on? What's good with you?
Nah, we're Tarkov. Tarkov is home. Call of Duty it's flooded, and I love Tarkov so much. I will not be switching to a Call of Duty streamer, but you know everybody's having fun with it right now a little bit. But I'm streaming 4 nights a week on Twitch, and then I'm starting to do once a week on YouTube on Fridays. Trying to get that YouTube going. So if anybody wants to follow me, head over to the Twitch or the YouTube, and then if you like Tarkov memes, follow me on TikTok too.
He's
That's it.
got
GG's,
high
everybody.
quality memes. High quality memes. I guess I could do myself. That's weird. So if you guys are new here, you came over one of the raids or whatnot, guys, thanks for hanging out for the podcast. We do this podcast once a month. I myself stream 6 days a week. I stream every night with the exception of Thursday nights. Right now my schedule's been a little hectic. We were doing mornings and evenings, so we're doing random mornings when I can, and then evenings I'm normally on between 7 and 8. I don't stream on Thursdays. Thursdays are my day off. Again, appreciate everybody being here. Mostly Tarkov content. Most of it is all Tarkov content, you know, except for if we get really burned out after I get Kappa, I might take a couple days away from Tarkov. And I will have, if you guys came in halfway through the podcast, I will have it up on Spotify. I will put it up on YouTube. So make sure you follow me on Twitter and stuff, or you can follow me on YouTube as well. But I do post audio version on Spotify. I do get the video version up on YouTube. So we'll probably have that stuff all up tomorrow, if not tomorrow, Monday. And if you guys want to hang out with us, we're gonna go raid a Tarkov streamer. Give me a second while I find us a Tarkov streamer to raid.
Is anybody playing Tarkov, or are they all on Call of Duty?
Dude,
right
there's
now?
not many. Honestly, all of the usual subjects. I'm like rolling down the list. I'm like,
And why
Apex.
is everybody playing Scum tonight? I see a bunch of people playing Scum.
They update that
Really?
game. Did they update
Kings,
the game?
Pestily, Red Ops.
Flush Puppy's playing Scum.
Must have had an update. I've never played that game, but
There is a lot of. Well, there's very few people playing the Tarkov.
I know, dude. I'm just seeing
That's
Call of Duty across
crazy.
the board.
We're like, yeah, I'm gonna take a break. We might take a break from
Well,
Tarkov.
yeah, Tarkov's got 8.8